right. Back in this bitch. Give me 1 second though. Just getting everything set up here. So we'll be ready in just a couple minutes. Let me put on some background music. All right, so give me a second here. Hold on. So let's see what we have here. All right. And make sure y'all can hear this. Let's see. Here we go. All right, we'll be ready to go. Couple minutes. Hold on. Let's see if y'all can hear that. Yes, let's see. So, normally I would say, hopefully everybody is good and all that. There we go. There we go. All right, here we go. All right, let's start that over. Let's see. All right. What's up, Sharice? 93. 93. Do what thou wilt should be the whole of the law. What's up, Jared? What's going on, everybody? So, of course, this is spare the moment. It's a spare the moment. I just got inspired to get on this bitch. So we're gonna go in. All right, so let me get myself ready here. All right, give me a second. All right. All right. So, as I said, I'm not going to come on here and wish people the best. I'm not going to tell you good luck. I'm not going to tell you to pray. See, I got deodorant off. Look at that. Put on way too much deodorant. Spare the moment. Let me wipe this off. Hold on. Not going to tell anybody best wishes. There's a lot of shit going on right now. So I guess that's why I'm fucking here, right? That's why I'm fucking here. Let's clear the air. Y'all already know. Let me wipe this damn deodorant off. All right. Let me put on my artillery. All right. Okay. You already know. Let's get the energy up. All right. Let's get the energy up. Let's tap into the dark energies, the dark forces here. As usual. As usual. All right. I may even switch up the earrings. Hold on. But again, rely only on your mathematics. Rely only on your mathematics. What's up, Young Shiva? What's up, El Ray? Rely only on your mathematics. We don't have time for luck. We don't have time for prayer. We don't have time for spooky shit. Motherfuckers is dying right now, all right? We know what's going on with Israel and Palestine. Motherfuckers is getting blown up. Y'all see? I said I wouldn't show back up until some shit get real. Now shit is real. It's the perfect time, right? When bodies begin to drop, we already know. So let me put on the eyewear though, all right? Y'all know the atmosphere got to be right for this shit. All right? Okay? You already know what we're doing here. All right? You already know Medusa head. All right? Okay? I'm actually going to take this do-rag off. Let's see. I'm going to actually put a hat on. What's up, King Wolf? What's up, what is it, John Doe? What's good, everybody? Yeah, this looks kind of weird. I'm going to take this do-rag off. Hold on. All right. Okay. You already know what type of time we on. All right. All right. Just in case y'all want to know what's under the do-rag, there you go. All right. So I definitely wasn't using this to cover up no bullshit. You see the hair laying down real smooth. All right, then. All right, then. Well, let me put the hat on, all right? Let's do it right. All right. Now we look kind of professional, even though I still don't have a shirt on, right? We look kind of professional now. Well, this is how I would look if you would catch me, you know, on the job. Let me put on the shawl. Hold on. Hold on, you already know. All right. I appreciate y'all. We like 10 minutes in and I ain't said a goddamn thing. I appreciate y'all. But I just like to show y'all the process. I like to show y'all how this is all in the moment. I ain't prepared a goddamn thing. I just felt inspired. Right? All right. There we go. Now we in true fashion. All right? There we go. We're gonna do it just like that. All right? We're gonna do it just like that. We're gonna be coordinating. Oh yeah, I did say I wanted to switch out the earrings. All right? Just to get the energy acquainted. I'm just updating my own energy. I'm just doing it in front of y'all. Just updating my own energy. All right? See these? All right. You see? That's the type of time we on. All right. So let me take these out. Oh, shout out to Pop Smoke. Shout out to King Von. Shout out to all my dead niggas. You know what I mean? Shout out to anybody who gave their life while doing their hip hop shit. All right? Because you already know it's all about necromancy, right? It's all about necromancy. And this is all we do over here. We get necromantic. All right, so we finally set up now. We're finally ready. All right, so you see it now. All right, there we go. All right, we good. So in this particular video, we're going to talk about some dark psychology. What's up, Mary? 93. Just in time. We're just getting started anyway. So we're going to talk about some dark psychology. I'm going to give you all some more of my observations, from the corporate world, from corporate America. I'll give you some more observations. I'll, give you all some updates as to what's been going on. I know we ain't spoke in a couple weeks here, but I'll bring y'all up to date. Just give me a second. Let's see. Well, I think the last time I was talking to y'all, I was talking about, being promoted and all that. Now, let me put this on. Yeah, I was talking about being promoted and all that. Now I'm in a whole different department. So basically what happened was, after I got promoted, they put me in a whole nother department, right? Because basically I had mastered my own department, right? They're like, all right, we see you mastered this department. Let's see how you do essentially in the front of the building. Because before, I was in the back of the building, right? Shout out to Mary. In the working world now, salute to you. You got to do what you got to do. There's no shame in that whatsoever. Do what you got to do. So now, instead of being in the back of the building, now I'm in the front of the building, right? So now I'm not driving the forklift no more. I'm not doing all the, moving around from here, moving around from there. What's up, Tech Man's 93, right? I'm not running around with like a chicken with the head cut off. I'm not doing any of that stuff no more, right? Now I'm fully in my position, whole different department, whole different people. So it's like I'm starting over again, right? So you can say for the last, 5, 6 months, I've been with a certain group of people. Now I'm with a whole different group of people, whole different department, whole different responsibilities. Everything is completely different, right? Right? Speaking of the corporate, I was called to look up the Starbucks logo, the twin-tailed siren, and ask about any insight you have on it. It's really not too much insights. It's just when you know, you know. What I mean by that is, that's a pretty obvious symbol. Like, that ain't really a symbol that you got to decode. That's not a symbol that you got to figure out. What's up, Keenan 93? That they really put that in your face. Yes, it is a siren. It is a goddess. That goddess has a name. So what you should do is figure out the name of the goddess, then summon the goddess. That's what I would tell you to do instead of speculating. Don't be like everybody else. You're just speculating. You're just doing research. You're gathering information. No, summon the goddess yourself and speak to her directly. That's going to always be my advice. That way you don't have to go off of all these conspiracy theories just putting all this extra shit on it, right? Fuck all of them, right? Because they like to put extra shit, and most of them are Christians. So they always got that Christian twist, like they're trying to expose the underworld. They're trying to expose the dark side. Fuck all of them, right? Because they ain't doing no real work. They're not. They're with God, right? They're God-fearing people, so they're not doing the real shit, right? So you're not gonna get no real information, really, from any goddamn body but your damn self or somebody who has actually dealt with the energy directly, right? So that's my advice. Deal with the energy directly. Fuck what the people have to say about it. Even fuck your own research. What happened when you summon her? When you bring her to your space, when you bring her within your energy, what happens? Then that's gonna let you know, okay, this is what's really going on, more than any book, whatever I say, whatever anybody say. So that's why I'm like, I can give you information, but how is that gonna help you? It's not gonna help you. You have to work with the energy directly, right? Because that's all the fuck I do, as you see, right? All I do is work with energies directly. Now that you mention it, I'm gonna work with the energy right now, right? Because I got the goddamn session right here, right? I got all the elements ready. Why don't I do it, right? Let me show you how it's done, right? So let me not run my mouth. Let me show you how it's done. So the first thing we need to do is get the name, because you may not know the name, because you didn't say the name, so I don't even think you know the name, all right? But we can discover these things very easily. So I'm about to look up the name Chat GPT. For those who haven't caught up to it, Chat GPT. Anything you want to know, you don't need to Google anything anymore. Chat GPT, right? As y'all know, y'all didn't see me use Chat GPT. I didn't show y'all how this shit work, right? So if you're not on Chat GPT, you should get on it, right? That's just me coming to you as a technomancer, because we talk about technomancy, right? As a technomancer, you should be using Chat GPT. As a technomancer, that's how you move up in corporate America. I'm seeing all this, right? Because now that I'm promoted, I'm right under the manager. So I see everything that the manager has to do. I'm right there when the manager is doing everything they got to do, right? So I'm seeing everything. I'm hearing the conversations. I'm hearing who likes who, the bad managers, the good managers. Now I have access to all this information that you just don't have access to when you're a regular employee. They're not going to reveal essentially the truth to you because, of course, they want you there working. But as you rise up, you're like, oh, I see what the fuck is really going on here. This is thing that is forbidden for most people to know about. Now I know all the forbidden information, but that's my whole life, right? We talk about this shit all the fucking time, forbidden information. So it's no coincidence that I'm in a position where now I know all the fucking secrets. I'm like, oh, well, that's just some Scorpio shit, right? But I've been showing y'all that the whole time. Now I'm just showing you this in the corporate world. So I'm like, everything that we talk about here, everything that has been mastered here, I took it to the corporate world. Now I'm seeing what the fuck is really going on. That's why I titled this Dark Psychology. This is a world, the corporate world is about dark psychology. This is not just about psychological mind games. This is about dark psychology, right? Say what industry I work in. I tend not to reveal these things because I have to sign a NDA, right? I'm not allowed to talk about the shit directly. I had to sign an NDA, so I'm not even allowed to talk about this shit, right? That's why I don't talk about it. That's why I never told y'all where I work or what I do. Like, I can't talk about it. They look up the goddamn video, I'll lose my job. I had to sign an NDA, right? That's why I talk around it, because it really can be applied to any industry. That's the whole thing. What I see, what I observe can be applied to any industry because you're all dealing with human beings. The common denominator between every industry is human beings. So if you understand human nature, if you understand human psychology, it applies anywhere you are because you're dealing with human beings. So if you understand psychology, specifically dark psychology, then it will apply anywhere, right? So it don't matter if you're working at McDonald's or you're in a goddamn corporate office dealing with execs. Same thing, you're dealing with human beings who have darker fetishes, and this is what they're really doing. It's never about a paycheck. Do not believe for 1 second that people are at the job for a goddamn paycheck. That's what they want you to believe. That's what they will tell you. Same shit, different day, another dollar. That's what they're telling you because that's what they're projecting to you because they want to appear to be normal. So of course they're going to give you these normalized responses, but that's not really why they're there. All right? I'm letting you know because again, I see it all now. Now that I'm observing everything from the highest levels of the pyramid all the way to the base of the pyramid, I'm like, oh, I see like, oh, these are a bunch of hoes, okay? These are not regular women. I'm talking about the area I work in. I'm like, no, I'm not around a bunch of regular women. These women are blessed in the game of hoism. These are a bunch of hoes, okay? And I'm not saying that with any disrespect, any malice. This is just what it is. That's their religion. You're either a Christian or you went to the hoism, right? There's really no in between, right? So either you're gonna be around a bunch of hoes or a bunch of modest women. But we know if you are 93, if you are thelemic, you're like, oh, of course you want to be around the Scarlets, all right? So I'm around a bunch of Scarlets. The Scarlet lady, the Scarlet woman, they're all over the goddamn place. It's like 1,000 people. I'm amongst 1,000 people, not just amongst 100 people, 500. It's like 1,000 people, right? So every zodiac sign is there. Everybody, some people are doing very well for themselves. Some people just getting their feet wet in the game. I'm seeing everything from the top to the bottom. Why? Because I'm not busting my ass all day like I used to, being in 100-degree trailers, throwing boxes all day. Now I'm able to navigate and move around. I'm seeing different departments. I'm seeing how one department connects to a different department and how they intertwine and how the communication has to go. Like I'm seeing the greater picture. I have to memorize a whole map. of where I'm at, right? So that's what I'm doing now. I gotta memorize the whole map, and now I'm just problem solving, right? I'm controlling the whole flow of the whole warehouse, right? So I have a very important position, meaning this shit ain't easy no more. I remember I used to come on here like this shit is easy, I'm just knocking it out. That's when I had to exert myself physically. Now I don't have to exert myself physically. Now it's all planning and strategy. It's military tactics now, right? So now it ain't just about how hard can you work. It's like how smart can you work? Can you keep the flow of their entire business, you know, basically because everybody has a goal to meet, right? So like how do you help this department meet its goals without fucking over another department? This is the type of shit I gotta think about now. How do we keep one department, cool without fucking up another department? Because again, they may be having problems. They gotta fix this. We gotta fix this. So we're all day we're just fixing a bunch of shit, right? Because obviously every day people are making mistakes, right? People make mistakes, so we have to deal with the mistakes that people make. People are half-assing on their job. You already know 70% of the people do their job, 30% are just fucking around. So those 30% of the people that's just fucking around, we're constantly correcting those errors because they're constantly making errors because they really don't give a fuck. Again, they're there to serve their position. They're hoes. They're trying to get paid. They're trying to manipulate. They're running their game. They're not there to get the goddamn check. That's just the apparent truth, but that's not the real truth. But let me look up the name of this actual goddess, right? I don't want to go too far into that right now. Let's look up the name of this goddess, this Starbucks goddess, since it was brought up, right? So, ChatGPT, what is the name of the Starbucks goddess? What is the name of the Starbucks goddess? Let's see. Let's see what comes up. See, now it's giving me a bunch of information. I ain't even know all this as it's being generated. I'm like, oh, I didn't even know that. Let me read to you what this generated here, so that we're on the same page. All right. So you tell me if it makes sense why this logo was chosen as I read a description of what it says here. All right. But before that, I'm in a very cutthroat industry. This one is no joke. My whole life is about to get very active. I went from not working for 5 years. Now I'm going to be extremely busy and building my EMP. Salute to you. You're doing exactly what you're supposed to be doing, right? All these fucking rebels of the system, all these people who are like anti-job or they ain't really about that, they don't understand dark psychology. What do I mean by that? It's perfectly fine to be an entrepreneur. It's perfectly fine to work for yourself. Y'all see, I've been doing it the whole goddamn time, right? I just now started working 6 months, but we've been active for 10 years, right? So you see, I ain't been working for a whole decade. I just decided to step in this bitch because I knew, okay, it's time for you to master this shit. I mastered the streets. I mastered the occult. Let me master this corporate shit. The game that is so cutthroat that people get fucked over. Let me go over here and show my dominance. Because since everybody else, they just can't seem to figure this shit out. They don't understand the 48 laws of power, the law of human nature, 33 strategies of war, the art of seduction. People, well, we don't know what that shit is about. But this information has been in our face the whole time. It's just that it takes a certain type of mind to apply it. Most people don't know the 48 laws of power, especially by heart, right? They may know a couple little laws, but they're not applying it because they don't know it. Remember, as I always tell you, until you memorize something, that shit don't even matter, right? So because most people ain't memorizing shit, then this shit don't, it's just regular, just information that don't get used. It just gets buried into your own psyche. Then it actually works against you because now you didn't absorb so much information. It's just swirling around, not being utilized. Now it works against you. All right, so don't be the person that's just doing a bunch of research, doing a bunch of information, but with no action. It's gonna work against you. Let me read though what came up, but I just want to go through all these comments. I want to make sure I don't miss anything. I caught a glimpse of a book that opened my eyes to the more sinister yet beautiful nature of women. Lilith led me to that book. And salute to you. Salute to Lilith. Salute to all entities within the clip off the tree of death. because they really be giving that game if you can handle the energy. You know how most women be saying like, "Oh, you can't handle me," dudes can't handle me. That's Lilith, right? Because when I work with Lilith, I know how Lilith is. Lilith is that woman that's super strong, like a Wonder Woman type energy. I'm like, yo, when I work with Lilith, I feel strong as hell. I feel like I can lift up cars and shit when I work with Lilith. So I can understand why a woman connected to Lilith would feel like, oh, most of these dudes out here couldn't even handle my energy. I'm like, I understand that because I work with her. So I know what happens. I know how I feel in my own psyche when I'm working with Lilith. So that's the only reason I can actually relate because I'm actually working with the deities. I'm not on a sideline level. I wonder what that is. Like, I know how people are. I can identify the energy that they work with because I didn't work with all the goddamn energies. So I know when things are familiar. I'm like, okay, I know who that is. That's why I can point out the Scarlets. Again, the prostitutes, the hoes. I'm like, they have archetypes. When you know the tarot, you know the archetypes. You know about the Empress. You know about the High Priestess. You know about the universe. You know about the star, so you know exactly who's who. Because you know all the planets, you know all the zodiacs, so you can identify these attributes within other people outside of yourself because you didn't memorize it and you didn't internalize it. Let's continue. All right. Let's see. Capricorn moon. You already know. That's the devil energy, right? All right. So let me read what came up here. Let me see. Hold on. Let me turn this down a little bit. Turn this down a little bit. Let's see. Here we go. Okay. It says the figure featured in the Starbucks logo is a siren. In Greek mythology, sirens are often depicted as creatures with the head of a female and the body of a bird. Although the Starbucks siren has a double fish tail, which might be more reminiscent of a mermaid. The siren in the Starbucks logo is meant to represent seduction and allure, symbolizing the irresistible nature and the allure of the sea, and metaphorically of coffee. What's up, Immortal 7293? So just that alone, it's a whole nother paragraph here. But just that alone, so this is a goddess of seduction and allure. This is a goddess of the sea because it is a siren. So is it really a coincidence that Starbucks sells coffee? And we see how addictive that coffee is. That's why I don't even drink Starbucks. Cause I look at other people, I'm like, damn, motherfuckers be here early as fuck to get their Starbucks. I'm like, this is some drug shit. That shit turns me off to Starbucks. I'm not gonna lie. Just to see how many people just like, yo, they can't even function without their goddamn Starbucks. It just turns me off. I'm like, I've never went into Starbucks and bought a single coffee in my whole life, and I don't plan to, right? Cause I'm like, I see what the fuck this is. I ain't trying to be a part of that, right? Cause coffee is, you can say it can be considered a drug. Cause I'm like, yo, motherfuckers can't function without that shit. But do we call people coffee addicts? Do we call people food addicts because they eat 3 times a day? Do we call people coffee addicts because they drink two, 3 coffees a day? No. But a person who's smoking a little weed or having a little drink, we call them addicts, right? Drug addicts or alcoholics. We got all these names for the people in the dark. But what you do in the light is actually fucking you up more than what you do in the dark. Imagine that, right? You eating 3 times a day actually fucks you up more than you smoking a goddamn joint, okay? According to Elijah Muhammad, for those who understand Islam, not the religion, the way of life. According to Elijah Muhammad, we're only supposed to eat once a day. But that's not the American culture now, is it? Motherfuckers just eat all day, every day, okay? So that's why coffee is so addicting. Because again, this goes into the darker psychology of why people feel the need to eat 3 times a day, feel the need to pollute their body with a bunch of toxins, a bunch of soda and pop and eating a bunch of bullshit that like, all right, so that's fucking you up more than whatever the fuck you're doing in the dark. I'm just letting you know that, right? So that's why I don't play those games. That's why I say I don't give a fuck what anybody do, right? I'm not here to judge nobody because I do a bunch of stupid ass shit like everybody else, right? I wouldn't call it stupid. It's just it would be very strange to other people. This channel existing is very strange to most people, right? But let me continue to read. Let me read this second paragraph. What does this second paragraph say? It says Starbucks has gone through several logo changes since its founding. The original 1971 logo, so the original logo came out in the 70s. All right, remember, we always do the historical documentation so that we can understand the numerology. 1971. What does 1971 break down to? If we broke it down to a single digit, that already lets you know 1971. Let me give you a hint. It's 9. The 9 vibration, which is the vibration of law, which is the vibration of love, is the highest vibration. Okay. The original 1971 logo was brown and featured a topless siren slash mermaid with two tails. So the original logo from the 70s was a topless siren. Imagine that. But if we do the proper context, well, what the fuck was happening in the 70s? Well, we know in Hollywood, it was the era of the black exploitation movies. It was a bunch of pimp movies, whole movies, criminals, gangsters. Like Hollywood was on, they were just fucking with the black actors. Yeah, black, not original, black actors, right? That's when movies like the Mac came out. For those who know the history, movies like the Mac was coming out, so on and so forth, right? So Starbucks emerged from the 70s energy. This when tobacco was legal to smoke anywhere. You can smoke in hospitals. You can smoke in schools. Like tobacco wasn't illegal. You can smoke any goddamn where. It was smoke all over this bitch. Just to put it into context, imagine being in a world where you just smell tobacco everywhere. There's nowhere that you don't fucking smell tobacco because everybody smokes. That's how it would seem. Of course, not everybody smokes, but it would seem. So, but that's the spirit. We know that the 7 vibration deals with the spirit. It's the most spiritual number. So people were constantly in spirit. That's just the energy of the 70s. That's also when Versace was created. That's when Timberland was created. So again, a lot of the symbols that we're naturally drawn to came about in the 70s. So that's why it's good to know these little tidbits of information so that you can form a storyline as to why something exists. Not just that it does exist, why does it exist? Let me put all these facts together. Then what am I revealed? That's just a law of correspondence, right? Just to simplify, it's a law of correspondence. How many dots can you connect to make sense of what's going on without somebody having to tell you directly what's going on? So as you see, I'm just adding. So ChatGPT is giving me an answer, but now I'm using my own intellect to put the story together. All right, because you see, I be having all this shit in my head, right? I just stay with all this information in my head, but that's why I do YouTube, so I'm not just keeping all this information in my head and it just driving me crazy. This is my medium to express all this shit that I just impact on myself, right? So now it becomes useful. Now somebody can use the information, do something with it, instead of it just swirling in my head, not being used for anything, right? All right, let's see. Let me finish up this paragraph. I just want to change the music up. So I'm using my eight arms right now, right? So I'm controlling the music. I'm looking at this information, doing a couple things at the same time here. Because again, I just want to give you all a lot of information very quickly, right? What does it say? The image was based on a 16th century Norse woodcut, a Norse woodcut. And we know about the Norse. For those who don't know about the Norse, that's where the runes come from, right? That's where that magical, the Norse energy, right? Or like the Celtic energy, right? The Norse, Celtic, Odin or Odin, that's all that energy, right? Over the years, the yoga has been simplified and stylized. The same thing happened to the Versace logo. Let me show y'all. Let me show y'all what I'm talking about here. Let me see. Let me show y'all the original logos. Let me show you, cause it's a very huge difference. I see why they changed it. All right, let me go to it. All right, let me show you what I'm talking about. Because you see, this is the type of shit I be doing all the time anyway. Because if I'm going to wear symbols, I need to understand the history of the symbols, right? So if I'm going to wear the Medusa's head, I need to understand what the fuck this really means, right? So again, this is how the symbol looks now, right? This is how it looks now. But let me show you how it looked before. Let's see. Let me show you the original. Okay, here we go. Here we go, here we go. So this is how it looks now. Let me see if y'all can see this. All right. Y'all see that? Let me make sure y'all can see it. All right, so that's how the Versace symbol looks now. This is the current symbol. Okay, so that's the symbol I just showed you. But let me show you how it originally looked. And you can tell me like, oh, I see why they changed the shit. So let me show you the original. So that we can have a context. Let's see, original. So I'm gonna type in Versace logo original. Okay, yeah, here we go, here we go. So this gives you a nice little timeline. Okay, so here's the history. So it went from this to this to this to this, and this is what it is now. Right? But this is the one I'm talking. You see 1993? You see that 93? This is that one right here. Let me give you a close-up on that one. That one actually shows the snakes. They removed the snakes now. Now you don't see the head with the snakes. In the 1993 logo, you see those snakes. But let me zoom in for you. Let me zoom in a little closer so that you can see. Let me see, hold on. See if I can find a large picture of that 1993 logo. Let's see. All right, here we go, here we go. Here we go. So this is the 1993 logo. Now, if you look closer, you can see birds. You see those doves or those birds at the top? Right here, you see that dove. You see that dove, and of course, these are the snakes. And of course, you see the two snakes right here. All right? And then obviously you see the face looks more Greek. Versus now it looks like a fucking fairy, right? So they didn't turn the Greek into the fairy. Now let me show you a close-up of how the symbol looks now. And you see like, damn, they removed the real hidden symbolism. They took that shit out, right? Think it's a coincidence that that became a symbol in 1993? All right, then. So that's another reason right there why I chose the Medusa head. I'm like, oh, damn, they had that symbol in 1993. We all about 93. Perfect. See, that's how I just put the shit together. So for anybody who think I'm just wearing shit just to wear shit, I do my deep dives. All right, here we go. This is how it looks now. So this is the current symbol. You see that? Now you no longer see the doves, and you no longer see the snakes. All that's gone. So the doves and the snakes are gone. And then you see this little cute face now. The face is smaller, it's cute, versus the symbol I just showed you, right? So I'm just giving y'all some context. They make this shit more user-friendly. Because you see the real original energy had that real energy, had them snakes and those doves. Well, where did you see the snake and the dove? All right, the Tower card. You see how I took it right back to the tarot? The Tower card. For those who are not familiar, let me show you how the Tower card looks in the Crowley's deck, or the Thoth deck, right? So I'm not talking about remember, if I'm ever referring to the tarot, I'm talking about the Thoth deck at all times, right? I could show you the actual deck, but I'm just gonna pull it up on the screen so we can make it a little bigger. So let me pull up the Tower card, and let me show you that dove and that snake and what the energy is really trying to convey. Okay? All right, the Tower. All right, here we go. Okay, here we go. So if we look at the Tower card, which you can see here, okay? There's a dove. There's a snake. You see that, right? You see that snake. You see that dove. But obviously, there's more symbolism here. But this is the energy. All right? And that's why the tarot is such a useful tool. Because when you know where these symbols come from and you can link it to a tarot card, now you know what the fuck is going on. So now you can say, okay, the energy of Medusa or the energy of Versace is Mars. That's the Tower card. That's the Eye of Shiva. Okay? Or the Eye of Ra, the Eye of Horus, whatever direction you want to go in. So I'm just saying all this. When you research the symbols you put on your body, the shirts you wear, the shoes you wear, the eyewear, the hats, when you know what the fuck you're doing, that's when the energy can activate. But if you just wearing shit just to wear shit because you think it looks cool, then you like everybody else. You think most people are doing their research on this? No, they're not. That's why I showed you this hat. You saw it was a skull and roses. What is a skull and roses? La Santissima Morte, the goddess of death. So when I walk around with this hat, this is me summoning the goddess of death. So I got the goddess of death on my head as a crown, because I'm all about the death energy, the Scorpio shit, right? So of course I'm gonna have a skull and rose on my head. That's the Scorpio. Then you got Medusa, which is the snakes, and the dove, so on and so forth, right? So you see, it's a whole story playing out subconsciously. It's a whole subconscious myth that helps you to understand who and what you are, because everybody is drawn to certain energies anyway. But do you understand why you're drawn to certain symbols? When you begin to understand why you're drawn to certain symbols, then now you're like, okay, I see how this connects to my archetype. All right? So again, I'm just giving y'all the game that ain't nobody gonna tell you. Why? Because they're doing it, but are they gonna tell you how to do it? Nope. But you see, that's what I do every goddamn day or every time I show up, right? I'm giving y'all the game that you're just not gonna get it if I don't say it, right? Because again, people are a part of fraternities. They keep secrets. They're not telling you shit because they feel like you don't deserve it. That's why I had to go outside of that and let it be known that you actually do deserve it. I feel that you will figure this shit out eventually. And for the people that don't, fuck them. Right? Let them be fucking zombies walking around this bitch. They pose not a single threat to you. So that's how it has to be. They don't pose a threat to you any goddamn way, because you have your own shields, you have your own protection. You're working with these energies that they're trying to copy, that they try to mimic. You are that. You really are Medusa. You really are Owlglow, right? Because you're actually activating the energy within yourself. Everything is already contained within you. So how can you not be that? But is everybody thinking like that? Like, okay, I'm just activating. This is how I activate what's already within me. Do most people think like that? No. All right. So again, that's why I do this. You see, it's just gold and black. There's a reason why it's gold and black, right? Gold and black. Gold and black. Gold and black, right? You see, that's the theme here. I got black, black. I told you all I do is wear black, right? I don't even wear colors no more. For a certain reason, to convey a certain type of energy. Like, all this is strategic, all this is mathematical. None of this is done by coincidence. Anyway, so that's why I'm giving y'all the evidence. That's why I'm giving y'all the proof. But what they didn't mention, they didn't actually mention the name. So let me type this in again. What is the name of the goddess? Because the goddess has a name. It's just fucking with me right now. What is the name, though? They're giving me all this extra information. Like, what is the name? The Starbucks logo doesn't have personal names. That's not true. That is not true. All right, let me do the deep dive, because ChatGPT is, so there is no name. See, now I got to go beyond AI. See, AI is limited, right? Because I already know the name. I've done this research before. There is an actual name. All right, so let me go to Google. Oh, that's crazy. The company was named after Starbuck, a character from the novel Moby Dick. How many people knew that? All right. The company was named after Starbuck, a character from the novel Moby Dick. So even that's not original. That's why you do the research. Like, damn, Starbucks, that's not even original. That was already in existence. So they borrowed the name Starbucks and just added an S on it. Because that shit already existed. It was a character in a novel. All right. The siren's hair ripples as an ocean wave that laps provocatively over her breasts. So the original energy of the goddess was very sexual, very seductive. They just cleaned it up now. But the original, let me see if I can find the original logo. Cause they keep talking about this goddamn logo. What the? Oh, it popped right up. I'm like, oh, like, ooh, see, if you know exactly what god this is. Let me show you though. I'm like, oh shit. So let me show you. Let me show you. So I'm just giving you again. I'm just doing what nobody else is gonna do. Right, here you go. And this is in 1971, as I said before. Okay, you see that? That's the original symbol right there. Right there. You see that? Now I don't want to zoom too close because they be flagging videos and shit. I ain't trying to zoom too close on the titties. But you can clearly see she has no bra. This is just bare titties is out. Double tail. Now what deity have you seen that's double tailed? Alright then. I'll give you a hint. It's a demon. It's a demon from the 72 Goetia. Alright then. I ain't giving you no more. You do your own research. Alright, so enough of that, right? I just wanted to prove that point. There you go. What you do with that information is completely up to you. Alright. Anyway. This just fits perfectly into the title of the video, because I'm talking about dark psychology. I'm just letting y'all know, and I'm showing y'all the examples. The original essence of these logos have changed over time, but again, the original idea remains the same. Even if the logo changed, the original idea remains the same. Always remember that. So if the original idea of Starbucks was a woman with her titties out, who was a Greek siren, who was known to cause men to go into the ocean and drown themselves because they would hear the song of the siren, be seduced by it, and they would try to jump and try to get those sirens, but end up dying trying to get to the sirens, right? So what is that really trying to say? Because all mythology is a play on human nature. What is it really trying to say? Because don't men do that every single day? Do all they can to get to these women, for these women just to not even give a fuck, right? They call these men simps. Does it not? So I'm like, why the fuck would I ever drink Starbucks coffee? When I know the fucking mythology behind this and I see how everybody is, I'm like, yo, I ain't about to be lining up at 5:30 in the morning trying to get a goddamn cup of coffee from a goddamn siren that's trying to seduce me into her oceans. That's simpish, right? But you start talking like that to people, you think they're gonna give a fuck? Nope. I'm like, let them be simps. Let them make Starbucks rich because they can't control their own goddamn dark psychology, their own demons. Fuck them. So Starbucks, the siren, essentially helps people to calm and tame their own demons that they can't tame themselves. That's what drugs do. That's what alcohol does. That's what all this shit does. It helps people to tame their demons that they can't tame on their own. Why? Because you need the occult to tame this shit. This shit, you don't just know how to do this shit. You have to learn how to do this shit. This whole channel was me learning how to tame my demons, my jinns, my angels, holy guardian angel, all that, right? You see, it took step by step, pace by pace. A lot of bullshit had to happen, but eventually, as you see now, it's starting to make sense, right? Imagine watching me 5 years ago and how much sense that shit was made. That shit probably wasn't making no sense. Like, what the fuck is this guy doing, right? But now when you see, like, oh, it makes sense now. But I already knew it, right? But that's why I had to determine the idea to show and prove this shit. I'm like, it ain't enough for me to know. I have to show and prove it, right? So let me show and prove how this occult information will help you to climb the ladder of the corporate world. But I can't just say that. I have to prove that. I have to do it myself. And that's all I'm doing. I'm like, if I come from an occult background, which makes me different than everybody else who I work with, everybody else, there's nobody who has the same background at all, right? So I should be able to come from this background and dominate, get into a position of power, and understand dark psychology. Now I study human nature all day, every day, right? So now it ain't about just throwing fucking boxes, sweating all day. I probably don't even break a sweat no more, right? Whereas before, I'm coming home sweaty and dirty and all that shit, gotta hop straight in the shower. It's not the case anymore, right? But the job is harder because now you have to deal with human beings. Now you have to deal with people who don't want to be there, people that's going to give you attitude. See, now I got to deal with that type of shit, right? People giving you resistance, people that's rebelling, who just want to be rebels. Again, it's a bunch of goddamn teenagers, right? It's just a bunch of teenagers, 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds. Most of these motherfuckers can't even buy a goddamn drink, right? So you're dealing with people who, this is just young people, right? So they experience human nature more than older people, because older people know how to cover their tracks because you become more wiser. So people know how to play tricks a lot better as you get older. But if we're talking about teenagers and young adults, they just are who they are. They really don't know how to veil themselves, right? You learn all that as you progress. So they're just giving you their raw essence. So when you study the young people, again, that's why they say the babies are the greatest, right? The youth is the best because they're just showing you what it is. It's not multi-layered. Like, as you become older, you can put layers into your identity. As I'm showing you, there's layers. This is 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 4 layers. I'm showing you layers. With the young people, they don't know how to stack yet, right? They learn that over time. So they're just showing you the direct essence of who and what they are. So if you understand that essence, and you know how to navigate that essence. Like, for example, like people that study astrology and all that, let's just say you're a Scorpio. As a Scorpio, you get along with water signs and earth signs. So foolish people would take that as, okay, I'm only going to deal with water signs and earth signs. Because again, I be hearing that shit. But people that be into astrology, they be like, oh, I don't like this. I don't like this certain sign. I don't like Aries. I don't like Taurus. I don't like Gemini. But I like this sign. I like that sign. That's how young people deal with this shit, right? Now, realizing that, you can deal with it, whatever sign you want to deal with, if you understand the nature. If you understand the nature of fire, you know how to deal with fire element. If you understand the element of water, you know how to deal with water beings. So it's not even about a preference, because 93 tells you, the book of the law tells you, don't prefer one thing over another thing. That's right in the book of the law. So you see, that's the missing piece that most people don't have, because they never read the book of the law. They just know about this occult. That's why the missing piece is 93. I guarantee it. The book of the law puts everything into perspective. That's what everybody is missing, right? But that's why that's the most forbidden book. You ain't supposed to even let people know you have that book. That puts everything into perspective. So if you don't prefer one thing over another thing, you really don't give a fuck what a person's sign is. You just understand their nature and how to deal with that. How do you deal with fire? How do you deal with water? How do you deal with air? How do you deal with earth? It's not even about picking and choosing. When you're young, you pick and choose. I want to be around this person. I don't want to be around that person. But as you become mature, you understand that this is a psychological game. All of these people, you can benefit from them. Fuck if you like them. See, again, that's young thinking. Like, well, I like this person. I don't. Fuck who you like. Everybody has a factor or a quality that you can benefit from. But you see, this is dark psychology, right? So this is you going above and beyond what a person is, and you know, like, okay, how can I make this situation work for me? As a boss, you got to think like this anyway. I'm just showing you the internals, right? As a boss with a bunch of employees, you're not really picking and choosing, okay, I'm about to have a bunch of Scorpios, I'm about to have a bunch of Aries. They don't pick and choose their employees like that, all right? You pick from who you have. You're like, all right, you may have one of each sign. So that means you got to deal with each sign. You can't say, okay, I'm only going to fuck with the water signs because I get along with them, and fuck the fire signs. That's going to hurt you in the long run, right? So to protect your own self, you have to learn how to navigate all 4 elements, which manifests the 5th element of spirit, right? So when you master the 4, it unlocks the 5th degree, which most people will never even get to, right? Because they're picking and choosing. They're not following the law. Don't prefer one thing over another. Even if you're suffering right now, fuck it. Suffer, get through it. And when you're not suffering, fuck it. It don't matter, right? But you see, that's tough. The law of reversal is tough. These laws of the Lima of 93 are not easy to deal with, right? Because this unlocks something within you that you may not be familiar with. But it's a part of you. As we all have a beast within, but it has to be tamed, right? Which is, again, it's not easy to do. Most people are not doing it. This only comes out when most people are under supreme stress or trauma, right? People don't really know who they are until they go through traumatic events. The occult shows you who you are without you having to go through trauma. So if you know who you are without the trauma, how much trauma do you think you're going to actually go through? People only go through trauma to learn themselves because they've been fucking up. You've been making mistake after mistake, wrong decision after wrong decision, and then life has to teach you you're fucking up. But when life doesn't have to teach you, you're fucking up because you're not fucking up because you understand how to compartmentalize. Life don't put you in stupid ass situations. You put yourself in stupid ass situations. So when you stop putting yourself in stupid ass situations, life don't put you in stupid situations. Then things are very smooth, right? Most of the problems people have, they put it upon themselves. It ain't that they just are in an unfortunate situation. They did it. But are they going to take responsibility for it? That's a different story. Because I guarantee you ask most people, like, what is your actual problem? They're going to be pointing their finger outside of themselves, right? Okay? Most people are not dealing with the actual problem. Oh, it's this person's fault. I just got a sucky ass job. I got a sucky ass relationship, or I ain't making enough money. It's everything else except them. No, you're just not willing to tame your darker nature because it's through your darker nature that you get everything you want in life. It's not through your lighter nature. Why? Because I peep. Most people believe in God, but most people are poor and broke. But we want to act like we don't see this shit. We're gonna pretend like that's not the truth. Okay, well, if majority of the people are religious, it don't matter what religion, Christianity, Islam, Judaism, all these people, majority of these people are suffering because all of these stories are about suffering people. All these prophets suffering, suffering, suffering. So we normalize this shit like, okay, well, this is what Jesus had to suffer. Why shouldn't I suffer? Prophet Muhammad had to suffer. Why shouldn't I suffer? Moses had to suffer. Noah had to suffer. Why shouldn't I suffer? This is the mentality that we adopt. But we know people that are in power, people are in control, they don't think like that. They're like, I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. They understand, oh, this is a psychological game. These are not about real people and real events. This is psychology. Because the only thing real is psychology. That's the first universal law, the law of mentalism. That means everything is psychological. So you're reading a bunch of stories about people that you think existed. It just had people going in loops. That's why I say these people are foolish. We're still debating whether Jesus is real, whether this shit is real. It's not real. What's real is you, though. You're real. But when you put no weight upon your importance in this world, then of course you're not going to realize that. Like, well, I'm not important. I got to be humble. I'm humble just like Jesus is humble. Like, all right, keep going. But what I see is the majority of the people are suffering and they don't have their shit together. That's the majority of the world. It's only a small fraction of the world that actually has things in order. Why? And most people are believers of God. It seems like these people who actually have things in order, they have some acquaintance with some darker energies. And it seems like these darker energies help you to get your shit in order because that's what they're doing. Because that's what everybody accuses them. Like all the conspiracy theorists accuse these people of working with the Baphomet, working with the devil, with Lucifer. They're Luciferians. They all this shit. But somehow these people got their shit together. So you tell me what fucking difference do it make, right? So all these people trying to expose, again, these Christians trying to expose the occult. They're trying to expose 93, Aleister Crowley. They just enemies. But I'm like, all right, well, would you really want to be like these people? Are these people really doing that well for themselves that they become role models to you? Do you really want to be a person exposing conspiracy theories? Is that something you really would want to be? Or would you just rather have your money right and not have to worry about none of that shit? But the people who think like that, now you become the enemy of the people. See, now I'm the enemy of the people. See, when I was amongst the people, I was amongst the people. And I was telling y'all all about that. Like, yo, I'm navigating all worlds. Now I'm not amongst the people no more. Right? Now I'm the fucking police. That's how people look at me now. Now when I come through, motherfuckers ain't talking to me like, they know me like you one of us. They don't look at me like I'm one of them no more. Why? Because I'm in a position of authority now. Now when they look at me like, oh, this person's coming to tell us what to do now. That's the energy I get now. That wasn't the energy I was getting before. But now that I leveled up, now again, I don't get that energy like, okay, well, everybody's cool. Like, nah, you're the police. Nah, you're the enemy. Nah, that's the energy I get from the people. I'm like, well, oh well. You think I give a single fuck? Now that just give me more motivation to activate the dark psychology. I'm like, all right. So now I don't have to worry about friends and fake friends and people switching up on you. I'm like, who gives a fuck? Now I'm just gonna study you. Now I'm just gonna tell you what to do. Not that I even give a fuck to tell anybody what to do, but that's just a part of the goddamn job, right? Now I gotta be on police shit. Oh well, that's what it means to be in this corporate shit, right? You have to police employees because they just do whatever the fuck. And if you want to have any order in your business, this goes for any business. If you have employees, you gotta be that. You gotta be the police. You gotta be the government. You gotta be the bad guy or the bad girl. You have to be that, right? Otherwise, they're gonna like, oh, they're not gonna do what they're supposed to do unless they're forced. You have to force them. You have to put fear in them. That's the devil energy. That's why nobody wants to fuck with that. The devil represents fear. You have to put fear in the people. They have to fear losing their job. That's why they do their job. Because they fear what happens if they lose it. So this shit is really about fear. That's what keeps employees in line, fear. If you look at the devil's card, let me just pull up the devil card, right? For those who don't understand what the fuck I'm talking about, this is all embodied in the devil card. That's why I always bring it back to the tarot. Just study the goddamn tarot. All this makes sense. All I ever talk about is the tarot. I just know it by heart. So I can bring these things to you without having to actually look at cards and shit. Let me show you the devil card. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's see. See that? There's a devil card. Let me see if I can. Hold on. There we go. See that? Do you see the people at the bottom? Let me see if you see that. This is the employees. That's the boss. Okay? The goat is the feared one. You see the goat is standing on top of the people. That's fear. That wand, that's power. You see those two snakes? You see the disc, you see the wings? You see the third eye? All right then. All right then. So all these people you think are just running shit, the Mark Zuckerbergs, the Jeff Bezos of the world, the Bill Gates, the Warren Buffetts, the Jay-Z's of the world, you think they know this. You don't get to positions like that and not know this. Because this is just a study of human nature. You must understand how humans work if you want to manipulate them to do what you want them to do. All right? Is that a nice thing to say? No. It's just a reality. What's up, bitch? 93. It's just a reality. You have to understand human nature if you want to do anything in life. I mean, if you want to have a big business, you want to be successful, it requires you to hire employees. They have to come and show up and do their job every day. What's going to motivate them to do their job every day? Either they love you or they fear you. You decide. Do you want to operate off of love or you want to operate off of fear? I say try both and you see what results you get. And you tell me what works better. It's just humans, right? Humans are not trying to go to hell. So of course they're going to fear the devil. Human beings are already rooted in fear. Their whole life revolves around the fact that somebody is God loving is because they fear the devil, right? Or they say they fear God, right? That's why they're God fearing. But they really fear the devil. They really fear the consequences of not being next to God. So it's really still based off of fear, all right? So their whole way of life is based off of fear. You, as the boss, you're not trying to change that. Okay, maybe you shouldn't fear. Like, no, if you already based off of fear, all I have to do is continue to hold up that reality that you have created for yourself, or that prison you have created for yourself. All I gotta do is maintain that. That's what the whole matrix is about. The matrix is holding up fears that people already have. They just are exaggerated, right? They're exaggerated, or they push it to you in a way that makes you even more fearful, right? Again, that's why we have conspiracy theories, people making YouTube videos trying to expose rappers, trying to expose Hollywood, the industry. But is it really doing anything? Has the industry really suffered because all these people have exposed these rappers, these record labels? What has changed though? I'm just being honest. What has all these people changed? It seems like the record labels are doing very well for themselves. It seems like these rappers are doing very well. These business people are doing very well for themselves. I don't see shit changing. I don't see nothing changing. So people are just wasting their goddamn time. It's because it's about money. People that do that, make these exposed videos, they're doing it for money. All right? Because they're not changing shit, because you can't change it. This energy is way too powerful for you to change. It is what it is. Dark energy is more powerful than the light. So all these people coming in light, they're messengers of God, they're angels of God. Okay, you do that. Until these demons walk in on you and show you. Why? Because they're still thinking about the story of the fall of Lucifer, right? The battle in heaven, right? Remember, these are all angels. So it's really a battle. Do I really gotta fucking reveal this shit? Because in that sense, there's really no such thing as a demon. It's all angels, because they all started in heaven, right? It said Lucifer, or the devil, or Iblis, got half of the angels on his side, and then half of those angels was cast out into hell, okay? So, but they all was angels. That's the point I'm making. They're all, so there could be no demons, no archdevils. It's really just angels, right? Just some angels became dark, but they're still angels. That's why in Thelema is for you to contact your holy guardian angel. It don't say holy guardian demon, because the only thing that exists is angels. Just some angels are. Same thing with the jinn. Some jinn are positive, some are negative. Some angels are positive, some are negative. So you can say Lucifer is a negative angel. It's still an angel though. They all come from the same place, which is what we call heaven, right? Or the heavenly worlds, the heavens. But some of them just got smart. Like, what the fuck are we doing? This is a false god. But I already made videos about that, right? I already made videos about the false god, right? So some angels got hit, like, yo, this ain't even a real God. This God is actually keeping us in a bubble. Like the card I just showed you, this false God is really keeping us in this bubble. We need to break out of this bubble. Hence, they were cast out of heaven, because to them, heaven was a prison. Heaven was a prison, so they really didn't get casted out. They decided to get the fuck out of there. They realized what the fuck was going on. The same thing with Adam and Eve. Again, these are just stories, but these are metaphors for human psychology. If you understand the metaphor, you're like, damn, this is everybody's story. This shit is not specific to certain people or a certain time frame. So you think it's a coincidence that Adam and Eve was, not Adam and Eve, Eve came into contact with the serpent, and then they got cast out of the Garden of Eden. It's the same fucking thing. Do we not? Because they say it was Lucifer that manipulated half of the angels, just like it was Lucifer that manipulated Eve. It's always fucking the devil doing some shit, right? Manipulating, and now people get cast out. Is it just that the devil is just that tricky? The devil does know how to, has that silver tongue, knows how to mac that good? Or truth is truth. Truth is just powerful enough to get people out of the lies that they have been subjected to. What you choose to believe is completely up to you, right? I'm just throwing it out there. Because when it comes to the real world, that we call the matrix, when you are in a position of authority, when you are in a position of leadership, this is the type of shit that you see. You don't see this when you just go to work and you just do your goddamn job. You don't have to worry about your coworkers. You don't have to worry about nobody else. You just focus on what's right in front of you. You don't have to think about this shit. I got to think about this shit now because I'm in a position of leadership. Now I got to understand people. Now I got to deal with attitudes. Like, damn, how do you get a person to do their job and they got a fucking attitude? They don't even want to be here, right? Okay then. So you constantly have to. How do you get people to work when they don't want to work? As a boss, as a position of authority, you're constantly figuring out how do you get these people to do their motherfucking job because they don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. They're just here. They're just trying to collect a paycheck. So, like, all right, you can either just let them sit on their ass and collect a paycheck, but then now the responsibility falls on your shoulders. Now you're going to be asked, yo, why are your employees not doing their goddamn job? Now that puts you in a strange position. Because again, you trying to be cool, okay, yeah, y'all can just do whatever y'all want. That's the type of, see, like my thinking had to change because that's how I was thinking before. I'm like, all right, I'm already cool with everybody. So when I get in a position of leadership, it shouldn't be no problem. Foolish me, foolish me, not knowing better until I seen, like, oh, I see. That's why they had to move me out of the department that I was in because, like, nah. Let's see what you do in a different department with people you don't know. Fuck the people that you came up with. You ain't them no more. See, this is what I had to learn. Like, yo, you're not one of them no more. That's why we're shipping your ass out. You're no longer the same. You're not the same anymore. So I had to reallocate myself, right? I had to balance. I'm like, oh, I'm not the same anymore, right? So I can't still be cool like I was before because now I got to give you direction. We can't just talk and waste time anymore, right? Just sneaking around doing shit, like we can't do that no more, right? So then some people feel like you switched up on them, but you don't really have to deal with that when you're in a different department right there. That's why they ship my ass all the way to the front. Like, all right, you ain't even supposed to be dealing with these people no more, right? So you don't even have to deal with that dynamic. These people don't even know who you are. They just got to follow orders. So whatever orders you give, they following it. And these are people that don't know you, right? And I'm like, I understand now. See, at first I didn't understand. I'm like, why y'all have me work 6 months in this department just to ship me out? But then I realized, well, they really didn't ship me out. I could have just not applied for leadership and just stayed a fucking employee, and I would have still been in the same department. It was me who accepted the position of power. I had to go through the interviews. I had to go through 3 fucking interviews by 3 managers, and they all had to approve me. What most people ain't doing. They're like, damn, man, you got to do 3 interviews, 45 minutes each. 3 interviews, 45 minutes each, and then you got to get approved by all 3. As you see, most people went like, I'll slide. I ain't trying to deal with that, right? And it ain't even that you get paid a lot more. I'm not getting paid a lot more than most people, right? So it's really about the experience and the knowledge and the information. It ain't even about the paycheck, right? But because, I'm already in the world of, like, I'm not doing it for the paycheck any goddamn way. I'm not here for the paycheck. It's nice. But I'm here for the dark psychology. I'm studying not only others, I'm also studying myself and how I respond and react to people because this is a game of psychology, right? What gets me mad? What gets me irritated? Who gets me mad? Who gets me irritated? Why is that? So I'm constantly studying myself. What causes me to flare up or what causes me to be calm? Why do I get along with certain people better than other people? So on and so forth. I have to understand all these things. I have to understand not only my own psychology, but the psychology of others, right? On that note, because I just wanted to wait a little bit before I actually start inhaling the magical essence. So now I'm going to actually inhale the magical essence, all right? So give me 1 second. I'm going to grab the tools, and now we're going to get into the spirit. So this is just me talking now. This is just Asha, all right? Now we're going to go into the spirit, all right? So give me a second. I'm going to put this laptop down. I'm going to grab the artillery. And we're going to really get into the information now, right? So I just want to give y'all me before any influence. I'm perfectly sober right now, all right? But now we're not about to be sober. Now we're about to, some people like to say I'm about to get high. I don't even think that's the right term, right? We're just going to activate the spirit. So give me a second. I'll be right back. All right, 1 second. All right. Don't do drugs, kids. You don't want these problems. So I'm just gonna be an adult about this shit. Don't do drugs. You don't want these problems. All right? You really don't want these problems. The dealing with the spirit is not easy, as you see. You see how dark I become? Look how dark I became. Look at the results. Look at the type of shit I'm talking about. You really want these problems? I don't think you do. I don't think you do. So I wouldn't advise it. But if you already rid the shits, then it is what it is, right? Some people been smoking since they was fucking 13 and shit. Fucking teenagers, right? So if you already rid the shits, fuck it. You already a goddamn adult, all right? So that's just me being an adult. You don't want these problems. I ain't doing this shit to be cool. As you see, I don't even smoke with people, right? I only smoke with myself. This shit is not no friendly shit. However, there's just certain information that can only come out when you're in an alternative state of mind. So that's how I do it. I'm like, okay, if I'm gonna do something dangerous, let me do it constructively. So that's what I do. You don't want these problems, though. I'm being constructive with destructive energy, okay? But that's what the dark is all about, right? So you see I'm using a little bong now because I like integrating with the water element, right? I feel like that takes me to higher dimensions. Implement. So that's why you see the water in there, right? There you go. So now it's not just a joint or a blunt. I'm like, let me activate all four elements. When I do this, this is all four elements, right? The earth element is an actual product. Obviously, you need the fire from the matches, right? No lighters. If you smoke, stop using lighters. The chemicals are not good for you, right? Fuck lighters, right? But you can use lighters for other things. But don't put lighter fluid in your body. All right. So this is for the people. If you already with the shits, be healthy about it, right? Be healthy about it. So it's only advice I have for you. If you ain't ready to really deal with your darker half, then don't do this shit, right? Because we see what happens. People become weed heads, again, alcoholics. We see what happens when you don't do this shit right. The shit don't work out for you. All right? If you don't do this shit right, it's not gonna work out for you. Because some people just let their demons just go unhinged and then they fuck themselves over. Don't be that. So if you decide to do some shit like this, just know the demons will be amongst you. It's up to you to tame them though. So with that being said, we're gonna activate the energy of Medusa. All right? The real shit. The real snakes, the real dove. Real shit, all right? Yeah, as soon as I say that shit, fucking kids and shit is around. I'm gonna light an incense, cause I'm like, it's kids in the next room, so I'm gonna light an incense. Let me do that now, right? So I ain't trying to transfer this outside of this space. Let me go light an incense. Oh my god, goddamn cousins and shit is here. Give me a second. You see, we gotta do this shit right. I ain't about to be reckless. So let me light an incense. Give me a second. All right, all right. So that's what I mean by even if you're doing uncivilized activity, you still have to be aware that this ain't meant to be transferred to nobody else. So that's why I'm like, yeah, let me light an incense. Not that it even is gonna really smell like weed. Anyway, so that just be being aware of my surroundings. Do everybody need to smell weed because I'm smoking it? No. Do the whole house need to smell like weed because I want to smoke it? No. So always shield it, always cover it, right? Because that's just something I do. The whole house doesn't need to be in my world because I want to do it, right? So I just do my best to keep things within my own space. Even though I'm paying the goddamn bills, right? That's still me being respectful. I'm like, let me still respect the people in the space, right? Even though I'm paying the damn. But so what, right? Some people get big heads. You do whatever you want because you paying the bills. I don't do that, right? It's all family, right? I'm only around family, so I'm gonna always give them that respect. It's because we all angels at the end of the day, right? Some of us are just dark angels, which just gives balance to the universe. Your dark side gives you balance. See, some people think their dark side takes them somewhere else. That's only if you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Like if I was just smoking weed without this occult information, that would be different, right? Because this is what you're supposed to be doing. Now I'm talking to adults. If you are a part of the occult, you need to alter your mentality, right? Because just being in this world will have your mind a little bit too heavy. You get too caught up in this corporate shit. So this is how I stay creative. So even though I gotta deal with all this corporate shit, I gotta deal with all this technomancy at the job, I still have to come back and be creative, right? Because I'm still 93. Ain't shit changed, as you fucking see, right? But everybody can't do this, right? There ain't gonna be too many bosses that still holds the original energy. But that's why I say I gotta do it, right? That's why I keep saying I have to be the example. I'm not trying to tell you anything. Everything that I'm saying, I'm implementing. I am showing you how it's done, right? That's why I'm doing this shit in front of your face. Like, yo, I'm actually doing it. I'm not just gonna talk about the shit I'm not doing. So if I'm telling other people to summon spirits, I might as well do it too. Let me show you how I do it. And then when I get on here talking shit that you never heard before, then you know where it came from. That's why I don't be taking credit. I'm like, I didn't say it, the spirit did. That's why I call myself Asha. It just means spirit, okay? The Akashic, right? When we say the Akashic records, we all have access to it, but you gotta earn it. You gotta earn that shit. The same way you gotta earn the trust and the respect of your fellow workers, you gotta earn the respect of the spirits. They gotta know that you about this shit and that you ain't a motherfucker who just going through a phase. Cause there's a lot of people just going through phase. That they're just this or whatever they are until some shit happens. Then there's something else. Now they're bad Christians and shit. We know how that shit go. They with the shits until the shit show them that, or are you really with the shits? Cause are you able to get through some bad shit that you did, not that nobody else did. Let's just say you made a mistake. You summoned some spirits and you didn't really know how to properly tame them, so now they fucking shit up. Can you get through that without, like, damn, I shouldn't even be around here. I need to go back to the church. Can you figure out how to actually deal with your own mistakes? Spiritual mistakes, not physical mistakes. People can't even deal with the physical mistakes. Now, spiritual mistakes? Because obviously you ain't gonna be doing everything right. You're gonna have to go through the mistakes. So some shit gonna get fucked up. Like, oh damn, I did that. Let me make sure I don't do that again. But you see, that takes a tough cookie, right? That's why most people are not entrepreneurs. Most people prefer to just work jobs because you don't have to bear those type of responsibilities. Because you go this life, if you fuck up, you just tell your boss. Then they correct the problem, right? But when you are the boss and you the one that got to correct the problem, you got to know the proper procedure. That's the same thing in the occult. I'm seeing the similarities between the corporate world and the occult. That's what I'm saying. I'm showing that there is a connection here. This ain't just two separate worlds. This is the same shit. I'm showing it though, right? I'm living it. Like this shit is the same. I'm showing y'all right before y'all eyes, like, yo, how the fuck am I in a position to power this goddamn quick? I just got here. Oh, there got to be some other shit going on. All right then. But that's why I say it ain't enough for me to talk about it. I have to actually demonstrate. But that's just what make me different, right? I'm just demonstrating it. And then y'all see, I keep showing the fuck up. Why I keep showing up? Why isn't the job so important? I just say fuck the YouTube shit, right? Why do I keep showing up? Because it's like once you out the hood, you ain't even supposed to come back. That's what they be telling the rappers, right? Once you get out the hood, you ain't supposed to come back here. Because now you become a target. So you should just stay where you are. But you're basically putting your life at risk coming around people that used to know you. But now you're different. But if you willing to kill, then fuck it. That's the mentality you have to have. Like, all right, well, if they come at me any sideways, and I'm busting ass. That's what I was talking about. Is intimidation. That's the devil energy. When you come in the energy of the devil, now you have the art of intimidation. You understand that you got to be that type of person now. You got to be the devil in other people's eyes now. You used to be with them, with God. But now, you the opposite of God. It is what it is, right? Anybody who didn't leveled up, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Now that you leveled up, now people looking at you crazy. Now you start to see looks that you didn't see before. Like, damn, why you looking at me like that? Yeah, shit become very strange now. So what you gonna do about it? Because even the position I'm in, the only reason I'm in the position I'm in because the last person that was in this position couldn't handle it, which created an opening for me. Imagine that. The job was just too goddamn hard that they decided to go backwards. They're like, you know what? I'd rather go back to just being an employee. Being in a position of leadership, being in a position of power, being in a position of authority is a little bit too much. That's a little bit too much responsibility. So because a previous person couldn't handle it, that's why I'm here, right? So when you come through the door hearing that type of information, like, all right, well, the last person that was doing this, they couldn't handle it. They actually decided to give up their rank. So this is the type of shit you hearing when you coming into the position. You're like, damn, they just gave up their rank? Now they decide to move backwards. Because for them, it was just about the money. For them, it wasn't anything deeper than just self-fulfillment. Just being able to boss people around and shit. For them, it didn't go deep enough. They never made it to the clip off. They never realized, like, oh, you actually can learn so much more about yourself. It don't even have nothing to do with nobody else. Because as we know, once you know yourself, you're going to know everybody else anyway. That goes back to the art of war. When you know yourself and your enemy, You win the battle before it even happens. You win the war before it even happens. Right? When you know yourself and don't know your enemy, now you got a 50% chance. When you don't know yourself and don't know your enemy, now you got a 0% chance. You see how that works? So, because the previous person didn't know themselves, they didn't know how they will respond in certain environments. And now they're surprised at their own responses, meaning they're feeling pressure that they never felt before. Now they're under stress that they never been under before. Because they failed to know themselves and being able to control those responses, they broke down. And that's what happens to a lot of people. Because they're still thinking about the external, they're still thinking about the outside, they're thinking about the status, right? They're more concerned with all the extra sense or the icing on the cake. They're not concerned with the actual cake. Like, yo, this is really about you. They're really looking at how effective of a leader are you going to be. They're not even looking at the employees, because they're like, the employees just responds to the leadership. This shit is supposed to go from the top down. So if you have good leaders, you're gonna have good employees. So they're not even so if they see bad employees, they're gonna be looking at, well, who are the leaders around this bitch? And then they're gonna get in the ass of the leaders. Fuck the employees. The employees are just doing what they feel they can get away with. So when you are the authority, they're like, yo, okay, well, are you setting the proper example? Because if you're not setting the proper example, don't be mad when they do what they see you doing. Okay? So in that sense, again, it ain't even about giving people orders. It ain't about the power that you can have over people, how you can play mind games. Most people get caught up in that. And these are the people that we call assholes, right? People that are just assholes. These are at every job, because this is a archetype. Being an asshole is an archetype. It ain't just a certain group of people. It's a archetype. It's when you have certain attributes. The same way you can notice a crackhead in any of the 50 states anywhere around the world, because that's a archetype. It's certain attributes that they all display, that you can notice the patterns. Like, oh, I see that same pattern within these people and these people. So like, oh, this is all patterns. That means it's an archetype. How do all these different people come out to have these same results? It's the same thing again with assholes, with bosses, with everything from the top down. It's when you start to resemble certain patterns, you will be viewed a certain way, right? Exactly. It's the 48 laws of power. But again, how many people know those laws by heart? We all done heard about the book. We know who Robert Greene is. We know about the books. Art of Seduction, 33 Strategies of War, The Laws of Human Nature, right? The 50th Law. We know about the books. We know about the person. But do they know the plays? Do they understand the tactics? Nah, because you got to be a certain person. How do I know? Because every time I recommend a book to people, the odds of them actually reading the book is slim. Because if you're not on a certain level, you're not going to be ready to read certain books. How do I know? Because I remember trying to read certain books and I would fall asleep within the first 10 pages. I couldn't even get through 10 pages without closing my eyes. I'm like, you know what? I'm all of a sudden I'm just getting tired. Versus when there's other books, I can get through 100 pages before I decide to take a break. All right? When you're not prepared, for example, like theosophical books, certain theosophical books, I couldn't get through the first 10 pages. Like reading Helena Blavatsky's work, for some people, it's reading Aleister Crowley's books. They're like, yo, you can't get through the first 10 pages without like, you're like, all right, you know what, I gotta do something else. I'm getting tired. Because you have to match the frequency of that information that you're absorbing in order for it to be effective. And that's what I see. Like, again, now that I'm right under the manager, and I'm looking at how they form their plays and how they go about doing what they do, what they're allowed to do, what I'm not allowed to do, what position, what power that you pretty much gain when you acquire those abilities. and then how you implement and utilize those abilities. Meaning, I see the people utilizing the abilities properly, and I see the people using it improperly. Is it that those people using it improperly are bad people? That the people that are using it are good people? No. It's just about this is just how nature works. In any environment, it don't matter what. That's why we all can relate to this shit because this happens. It's patterns. Again, that's why it's the same people over and over, the same archetypes, not the same people. It's different people, but it's the same archetypes, which is just the tarot, the 22 major arcana, right? Which are the major secrets. That's why it's called major secrets. You got major secrets, you got minor secrets. The average person don't know the difference between the two. I'm talking about people that actually study the tarot, right? Meaning I know questions to ask that people don't know how to answer because I'm like I can know if you're really about this shit or not. I can instantly know. I'm like, okay, why is it called the major arcana, and why is this called the minor arcana? What makes it major? What makes it minor? But these are the questions that most people are not being asked because we just letting people roll and do whatever they want. Then we be confused when they start acting out of character or we're just basically acting in character. What I mean by that is this is why when there's been a lot of spiritual teachers, right? That's gone, they got themselves into trouble. But who was really holding them accountable? That's essentially what it becomes. When you give people power and then there's no one to hold them accountable, then don't be surprised when they mishandle their power, which is all we see. Especially in the spiritual community, you see a lot. We all know an example of somebody who mishandled their power. We all know an example. If you have been watching any spiritual related people, you know of an example of somebody mishandling their shit. And it's predictable, okay? It's predictable. What I mean by it's predictable is, like, for example, like a lot of people want to go viral, they want to have this fame and instant success. But the reason why they're not able to achieve it is because they're not prepared for what comes with it. Because if you ask them, okay, well, what do you really want the clout for? What do you really want the fame for? What do you really want to go viral for? What is your real motivation? And then when you just hear the shallowness of their thoughts, you're like, okay, I see why it's not working. You're like, yo, your thoughts ain't deep enough for it to be an actual reality to the point where you can figure out how to do this. The only way for you to figure out how to crack the internet or break the internet, you have to think deep enough to like, okay, I understand what people need right now. That's in this moment, and I'm going to be the one to deliver it. I mean, you have to be so in tune with the undercurrents of reality that, or as we call the Plutonian currents. You have to be so in tune with the Plutonian. Why do I say Plutonian currents? Because Pluto represents the collective consciousness, not the collective unconscious, the collective consciousness. That's the energy of Pluto. So that's why I say the Plutonian currents. You have to be in tune with Plutonian currents. Now, is your average astrologer going to reveal that information to you? No, they probably don't know it. And that's what I mean by it's. You see, I don't even call myself an astrologer. I don't call myself a tarot reader. I don't call myself a numerologist, even though I do all of those things because I'm like, me identifying as one of those things take away from the other arts. And that's essentially, you missing the point where you're like, okay, astrology, that's all you need to know. No. Numerology, that's all you need to know. No. Tarot, that's all you need to know. No. That's why I've shown y'all all that, right? I've shown y'all all fucking dimensions. I ain't just focus on one. But you do have people who just focus on one, who just strictly deal with one science. I'm like, all right, well, this was never meant to be learned separately. That's the whole point of 93. 93 is just you learning all of it because it's all been implemented. You can't even get to the Kabbalah without knowing all of that. You have to know astrology, numerology, and tarot to even understand Kabbalah, right? But again, are most people Kabbalists? No, because they're not prepared for the responsibility that comes with directing your own energy, okay? This is why most people are afraid of these things. They don't want to talk about the occult. They don't want nothing to do with it because they are afraid of the responsibility of you have to direct the energies of your life now. God is not going to do it for you. God was never doing it for you. But now it's in your hands. Do you know how to properly direct and guide your own life? All right? Now you're doing it with energy. Now it ain't just about action. Now it ain't just getting up and going to work every day. Now it's just not trying to be the best parent you can be, or be the best friend, son, daughter, whatever aspect you're trying to be every day. Now you're dealing with the subtle influences. Now it becomes necessary to have certain spiritual allies. Why? It becomes necessary to have certain protections now because you are directing your own energy. So now all these things become necessary that most people don't find necessary because they're not directing the energy of their lives. So what the fuck they need spiritual protection for? They're not directing energy. So that's why they can say, okay, God got it. I don't need to know no voodoo. I don't need to know no hoodoo. I don't need to know no trickery. God got me. They can say that because that's what they're supposed to say. I'm like, this is just not for you, right? You're not, meaning you're not prepared to actually be an adult, all right? Most people are not prepared to be actual adults. You're not directing your own currency. They're directing energy, but they're not directing currency. They know how to direct their energy. They know how to get their ass up out of bed and style themselves for the world, but they don't know how to, okay, well, before you even get out of bed, you got to do a 20-minute meditation then to direct your energy. How are you going to direct your currency? Not the energy. How are you going to direct your currency? That ain't something that's going to happen by itself. You have to get time to that. Are most people doing that? No. So if you're not directing your currency, then that's why most people they're all over the place, have problems, all they hear about, all they complain about anything, right? There's a bunch of complaints. Why? Because they're not in control of their own currency. So of course you're going to fucking complain. Of course it's your boss' fault. Of course it's your significant other's fault. Of course it's their fault. Because you're not directing your own energy. Of course it's everybody else's fault. Of course there's nothing you can do about it. Because what you're actually supposed to, of course you're going to get on your knees and pray about it. Of course you're going to do that. Which just shows how king will always be king. Queen will always be queen. Did the book of the law not tell us that? Did the book of the law not tell us if you were king, you always was? If you were queen, you always was. So why is everybody trying to rise up to the top if you already was there? You just being a king or a queen, you're already at the apex. There's no need to climb. You're already there. But you're under the impression you have to do all these things to become what you already are. And that's not true. You already are what you think you're striving to be. So if you already are what you're striving to be, then what the fuck are you doing, really? Which is most people don't know. Like, okay, what are you actually doing? They don't know. Like, what are you actually doing? Again, all you gotta do is listen to the depth of their thoughts, and it has no depth. There's no depth in their thoughts. Like, what do you? Because they're afraid to even tell you the truth. Like, okay, why do you really want to do this? They're gonna tell you some bullshit, or they really gonna say, oh, I really just like the way it feels when I'm able to do certain things. I just like the way money feels because people treat me differently and they give me a certain level of control that I won't have otherwise. Are people just going to be honest enough to say that? No. They're going to give you some bullshit answer that they concocted in their goddamn consciousness. All right? Okay? So you already know that the art of deception is real. People deceive. Just you see how the deception is so slick. Everybody's doing it because it's called human nature. It ain't that people are waking up and cooking up lies. It's called human nature. People naturally are deceptive. They put on masks. They're characters in a circus. So you're not supposed to take anything on face value. Okay? Meaning the most manipulative people are people that don't have anything. It's not the people at the top. It's not the industry. It's not Hollywood. It's not the Jay-Z's. It's not the rappers. It's the people that you think will have nothing to complain about. Like, all you gotta do is go to work and come home. But even that's too much for you. How is that too much? Meaning you have people who complain and all they gotta do is work 8 hours. But your boss gotta work sometimes double that. But they complain about 8 hours. But the boss never complains about the 10-hour days, the 12-hour days, the 14-hour days, the 16-hour days. You're never gonna hear them complain about that, now are you? But they're complaining about 8 hours. And they don't even have the hard job. The hard job is for the boss. The boss has to figure out all the solutions. The boss has problems every day that you have to find a solution for. Those are the hard problems. You're the one that has to come up with solutions. You don't get to just tell, like, okay, we have this problem. You got to come up with a solution every single day. Because there's going to be problems every single day. That's the hard work. You are the mentalist. That's the hard one. Meaning you got to stay in control of your emotions, your desires. You have to be in control over all of your elements, your thoughts and your memories, desires, emotions, thoughts, and memories. Those are the four elements, which then activates. It's only when you control those four that you even gain access to spirit. So we know just by those four that most people have not mastered that, even so-called spiritual teachers. They still be getting in their goddamn feelings about shit that they shouldn't get in their feelings about. We see that. That's just what YouTube is. A bunch of people in their goddamn feelings about shit that they probably should not be in their feelings about, because it's really nothing. It's really clout. It's really just, that's what the air element is. It's not real, right? People are in their feelings about things that are simply propaganda, because that's also Pluto. Pluto is also propaganda. So, that's why Pluto's connected to Hades. Hades is the lord of the underworld. Pluto's connected to death, the Grim Reaper, transformation, change that has a permanent effect. Because you have temporary change and you have permanent change. Pluto is permanent change. Pluto has a permanent effect on you. Which is why most people ain't trying to deal with anything Plutonian, because it changes you permanently. How do I know? As y'all have observed, I have been changed permanently. Is You don't see it? Of course you see it. But I had to demonstrate it. Okay? The only reason you can't see it is because I had to demonstrate. That's the main thing. So that's why everything I say is like, y'all can just really go see it. Everything I say is verified because it's on camera already. Imagine that. I'm not a person that you have to believe. And like, oh, you can go see it with your eyes already. Which was the whole point. You don't have to go off of hope. You don't have to go off of belief. You can go off of observation. You can observe things happen right before your eyes. What you're seeing, right? You couldn't tell me that I would be in the corporate world a year ago, because you can look at my videos I was making a year ago and I wasn't talking about no corporate shit other than the dark psychology of it. But my content was not geared to anything corporate, any direction of, okay, I'm about to get a job, I need to do this corporate shit. My mind was not on that. And you can go see where my mind was a year ago. So the fact that I'm here And you see that I was on some other shit. Whole different path a year ago. You can actually see where the change occurred. Like, what happened? What caused that change? It's actually observable. And I just did it because we all have memories. You can go back into your own memory banks and do your own observations of yourself, which is what we are supposed to be doing. That's your real past lives. You have several different lives within this one life. Do we all not have stages and phases that we go through that we don't identify with now? Like, for example, I used to wear gym shoes. I don't even wear gym shoes anymore. I don't even resonate with that energy anymore. That's just how I am now. If you would have asked me 10 years ago, all I had was gym shoes. I probably didn't own one pair of dress shoes. Now, I don't own one pair of gym shoes. All I have is boots and dress shoes, like loafers and shit. I don't even wear I'm like, that it don't serve no purpose in my life. I'm like, why would I wear gym shoes? So that means I'm not wearing Nikes, I'm not wearing Jordans, I'm not wearing Adidas, all these brands that people give a fuck about. I'm not like, I don't even care about the shit, right? You're not gonna catch me in none of that. But you will catch me in some goddamn loafers, right? You will catch me in some nice dress shoes, right? But the more I think about it, I'm like, that's just where I'm from, right? What I mean by where I'm from is Detroit, right? Detroit is known for, you can say, the pimp culture, right? The player culture. That's just how they dress. This is just how they dress. They're known for the eyewear, the diamonds and the eyewear and all that. That's just Detroit shit, right? So it's like that's what I mean by the more I think I'm actually leveling up, I'm just becoming who I always was, which means I'm not becoming anything. I'm not becoming anything. I'm really just like that's the law of reversal. I'm like I'm really just going back into what I always was. I'm not going into something I was not. Cause even with me wearing all black, I'm like, well, the culture of Detroit is very gothic. So is that really so far fetched that all of a sudden I don't give a fuck about color? I'm like, nah, it's really not far fetched. Me being from Detroit, the Midwest, and I'm also a Scorpio, it just seemed like, oh, that's just me going back into what I always was. So that's what I mean by, regardless of how much I think I have advanced, I'm like, I'm really just going back to my original blueprint. This is just my original blueprint, right? So it puts things into perspective because you don't have the illusion that you're going upward. I'm rising to the top. I'm at the top of the food chain. I'm at the top. I'm at the apex. You're not even under that illusion. That's illusion. The reality is the law of reversal, which again Crowley brought to us, right? The law of reversal. I'm really going in reverse. I'm not going forward. I'm going in reverse. I'm going back to the original. That's why I'm talking about dark psychology, because the dark psychology existed before the so-called light psychology that you learn in school. All this bullshit. Before all this fake bullshit was here, you had the real shit. So even me even talking about even this whole fucking channel is a law of reversal. I'm like that 93 shit is more than what people realize. But I'm like, damn, that shit is just that's the whole channel, right? Am I not just going in reverse? That's why I felt the need to, like, let me take you all back to Kim. Now let me take you up to America, right? I felt it was necessary for me to give you the timeline so that you're like, oh, okay. Put everything into perspective. Why? Because there's plenty of people who just run in their mouth. But as you know, I've always backed it up with historical fact, which required me to have to read. So the way I just be pulling historical facts out of my cranium is because I had to read. So that means I must have read a lot of fucking material. I even forget how much I read, but I'm like, okay, well, I don't just know that for no reason. I had to read it at one point, and I had to verify it. Then I had to add to it what was not historically documented, because now I can take my consciousness back into the past and then add up the pieces that's missing, which is that's what I do now, right? All I do is add the missing pieces, the missing components, so now we get the full picture. So when you do that in the past, but that's what astrology teaches you to do, because the patterns that you notice in the planets have happened before. For example, again, the war in Palestine and Israel, if we look at the patterns of the planets and then we go back in time, okay, when were these patterns like this before? And if we look at a past event that's similar to this current event, then we know that, okay, these patterns or these positions of these planets have a certain pattern. And these patterns have not just happened one time, they have happened multiple times. You're like, okay, whenever this particular pattern manifests in the skies, you have these type of events occurring. So part of being an astrologer, you have to become a historian, because you're always going back and verifying information. Well, if I see these patterns again, and it's 50 years ago, 100 years ago, and then we have similar events, that means, okay, this is something to this pattern. This pattern has a very constructive or destructive energy. So you are required to constantly go back in the past, especially if you're looking at your own natal chart. When you look at your natal chart, you're going back in the past. You're going back to your moment of birth. So you see, even being an astrologer, even being into astrology, it requires you to have to go back in time. And then you are putting together pieces. For example, I didn't just know about the numbers because of the current events. Like, for example, I had to go back in my past and verify. For example, I grew up in a number 3 home, right? The address was 9255. You reduce that to a single digit, you're going to get the number 3. So when I began to study numerology and I began to study the attributes of the number 3, I didn't just look at the current attributes. I went back in my past. In my home, like, okay, well, my house vibration was a number 3. Did it reflect those same attributes that I know about now? So I'm going back in the past to verify. That's what we're supposed to. I'm going into my memory banks. Okay, and then I'm verifying. Okay, were those activities happening within that household? Then it was verified. I'm like, oh yeah, damn. I did have like, people talk about vision boards. I'm like, I had a vision board before people would even talk about it. I would have magazines, Game Informer magazines, and I would tear out all the pages of all the new games that was coming out. Okay, I'm going to play this game, I'm going to play this game, I'm going to play this game. I had a whole wall of games I wanted to play that were coming out in the future, right? Because, the Game Informer magazine basically is informing you all of the games that will be released that year or next couple of years, right? So I had the vision board before people was even talking about vision board. I'm like, all right, I did. Okay, that is a number 3. That is. I'm like, okay. Fact. Then I'm like, I was a heavy gamer. So even though I'm not a gamer now, I was a heavy gamer. I'm like, oh yeah, that is the 3. I'm like, okay. So this is what I mean by I can study the attributes of 3, but I still had to verify it in my own life. So I'm not just looking at current reality, because I can be currently in the number 3 as well. But I'm like, this same pattern should be verifiable in my past. I should be able to not just look into my immediate environment. I should be able to go into my memory banks and verify that this numerology is right and exact. And that's essentially what I did. So that's what made me really realize, okay, this has something to it, because now I'm going back in the past and all these attributes were reflected in those particular vibrations. So I'm like, okay, there is some truth to this. Because when I look at the numbers and I look at all the house vibrations I lived in, I'm like, okay, all of those energies were different. Now I'm seeing why they were different. Because none of those energies. So you say if I lived in 10 different locations, it was 10 different energies. I'm like, okay, all these energies are different, but their patterns were similar as I read the energy of the vibrations, right? So this is what I mean by it's not just your thoughts, which is the air element, it's also your earth element, which is your memories. You should be able to go into your own memory banks, which we consider a past life. Like you being a child and you are an adult now, you being a child is your past life, because you're no longer a child. But you still have those memories And you can use those memories to verify current events. So you see what I mean? You're not going to hear this from an astrologer, a numerologist, a tarot reader. You're just not going to hear it. Because you need the full goddamn picture. You need the full picture. You need to be able to draw from any dimension that you need to draw from. So I'm just using numerology as an example. For example, I'm a Scorpio, right? So it's not just me looking at myself now. Do I reflect Scorpio attributes? Like, well, I need to go back into my memory banks. Is that my story or not? I have to use my memories, not just my thoughts and my current analysis. I need to go back. That's what they also call technical analysis, fundamental analysis, right? For those who are into trading and right, fundamental analysis, technical analysis, right? So of course you're gonna go from reading astrology charts to stock market charts, okay? This is called financial astrology. So astrology don't just stop at fucking planets. Let me turn this down. It don't just stop with astrology. Now you know how to predict the stock market. Now you can make real money if you take this shit seriously, okay? But how many people make it to that level? Very few, because they keep it with the bullshit, right? They still trying to figure out, when is love gonna come into my life? Do I need to get another job? Should I quit? People asking these little bitty ads, they're not thinking big enough. I'm just gonna tell it how it is. They're not thinking big enough. They're so concerned with their own little bullshit that these type of things they don't find interest in. This is why most people are not technically spiritual, right? They don't find interest in spiritual concepts. That's not what spins their wheels, right? But I'm like, okay, well, me being a Scorpio, I'm like, has this always spent my wheels? Has the occult always spent my wheels? I'm like, oh yeah, I have been into this since I was a teenager, huh? I have the history to, I'm like, yeah, I started studying astrology when I was like 15. I'm like, well, if it sparked me at 15 and I'm still into it now, there's a pattern, there's a consistency. Why have I been into it? Why wasn't it just a phase? Like, okay, that's something I used to deal with. Versus now, I'm like, it is me. I can't separate myself from the occult. I am the occult. I was a occult before I knew I was a occult. Because I'm like, my whole life reflects that. I've been doing this shit the whole time. Just, I didn't have I couldn't express it. I didn't have the words. I'm sure y'all feel the same way. You've been this before you had words to describe it. This has just been your character. You have always been into these things. Nobody had to put you up on game. Cause I know for myself, nobody told me you need to study spiritual topics. You need to get into astrology. Nobody told me to get into none of this shit. I found it on my own. That's what the internet was for, right? So us as millennials, some of you may be Zoomers, but us as millennials, we were the first wave to have access to the internet and with young minds, right? We were the youngins, and the internet was coming into being, and now we're interacting. This is all new to us, right? So we were being introduced to the internet. So was the type of stuff that I would look up, just having access to the internet. I'm like, all right, well, what is this? What is this? What is this? So I didn't have this curious mind the whole time. Now imagine if I just started to get into this. Because some people are still new. Some people are still new. Some people are just now getting into this. But when I think about myself, I'm like, I was into the occult before it was popular, before people felt comfortable even talking about this stuff. I'm like, oh, that's why I have the energy to talk about this forbidden stuff. But I'm like, yo, I was already doing this stuff before it was popular. I had to deal with the consequences, and I've already told y'all the stories. I had to deal with the consequences of bringing tarot decks around people that thought you was doing dealings with the devil, right? I done told y'all the stories. So I didn't dealt with real consequences. I didn't jeopardize my whole living situation. Because when I was doing it, again, this is before 2012. This is before the new age and when people was talking about it on the internet. I was already doing it before that. Before The Secret, all right, before that. So when I was doing it, it wasn't hot, but I was just always into this shit. Just I guess I'm not gonna say every Scorpio is like this, so I'm not gonna just put it on one aspect. It's the many different aspects, right? But I was always into it. I just kept it on the low because I realized that okay, the world ain't ready for this. So by the time 2012 came along, I'm like, all right, the world is finally ready for it. Then I made a YouTube channel in 2013 because I saw the world was ready for it. That's why I didn't just come out of nowhere. I'm like, yo, I was really already into this shit, right? As you see, you can watch my first videos. Like I'm already into it, right? I don't sound like a person who just came out of nowhere. Like, okay, let me try to be YouTube famous. I'm like, no, let me just share what I'm already doing, all right? I got years of experience by this time, all right? Versus somebody who just found this because now it's popular. I was looking this shit up when it wasn't popular. I was meditating before people knew what meditation was, right? So that's why my perspective is different. That's why I'm over here on the dark side, because I'm like, yo, I always been over here. So this ain't really nothing new, right? This is just me being myself. I'm like, I always been this. I'm just comfortable with it now. I wasn't comfortable with it before. I'm comfortable, so that's why I can talk about all this type of shit. Don't care about who sees, don't what YouTube thinks. If the video gets banned, it's like I just talk freely, right? But you see, most people on YouTube are not like that. They have to operate within rules. Most people on YouTube have to follow the rules, right? I ain't been following the rules. I follow the rules to a certain extent. I mean, I'm not gonna fucking flash my dick, right? That would be foolish. But in terms of revealing things that most people would never reveal, then you see, I've been doing that the whole time. But you see, it wasn't because I was a part of a fraternity or I joined some type of secret organization. I just began to have dealings with spirits. And through those dealings, I became wise in spiritual ways. That's all, right? So that's why when people turn spiritual now, it don't resonate with me. I'm like, yo, you was not building relationship with the elementals because I would be able to tell, right? Just like y'all can tell that I'm not somebody who's just pretending to be this, right? It's obvious. Like, okay, you actually are what you say you are, right? You don't just create an act for 10 years because y'all have observed it, right? So I don't have to prove it. It's already proven. So now I can just be comfortable. I'm like, now it's like, okay, where did this guy come from? You already know the background. So now I can just be comfortable, right? Which is the whole point. Going into the law of reversal, going back to the original blueprint, which is the dark arts. The original blueprint is the dark arts, as we call the forbidden arts. That's why they're forbidden, meaning you're not supposed to fuck with it. Why? Because it takes you in a reverse spiral. And anything going to reverse is supposed to be negative and evil. That's why you playing music backwards and now it's devil music and all that. You see, this is what these Christians do, and they put the devil on everything, right? If it's anything is out of the ordinary, they just put the devil on it just to keep you out of it, right? So that's why I just ran to the devil. I'm like, all right, well, this devil character keeps popping up when shit starts getting interesting. They're like, oh wait, is this devil? I'm like, all right, well, I just need to start interacting with that energy then, because this it seems very interesting over here. What's really going on? And I want to know for myself. I'm not trying to go off of what somebody else said. What happens when I do it? Do I feel like I'm in tune with the devil himself or herself or itself? Maybe I am. I just had to think about it. I'm like, like, do I have a direct connection with this? And maybe I do. Maybe I do. I'm not just gonna sit here and fucking lie. Nope. Maybe I do. How else would I know these things? Maybe I do. We know things that the world will never know. Imagine that, right? Because I revealed these things, so we know them. And we see how the world slowly adapts to what has been revealed, right? If you've been paying attention. If you've been paying attention, you see that things have been revealed and then they happen after. What do I mean? Uh, it's like I keep trying to go back in the past, but I'm like, it's not necessary. It's not necessary for me to do that. I already did this stuff, right? I don't want to reflect too much on what has already been reflected on. But the law of reversal is real, and you can call that a forbidden law, right? You got the forbidden arts, then you have the forbidden laws. So when you observe people getting away with things they shouldn't get away with, it's because they're operating within forbidden laws or hidden laws, occult laws as they call them, right? So you must operate under occult law, not under a man-made law. But I'm like, that's all I've been doing, right? I've showed y'all, right? Meaning I didn't have an ID card for like 5 years. So that means for 5 years I was moving around this bitch with no identification. How the fuck did I do that? How did I figure out how to do that? Because the average person wouldn't be able to tell me how to do anything because they're moving on. You need an ID for goddamn near everything, right? So how was I able to navigate with no identification for years and then get swallowed by the streets and corrupted and all these things that are supposed to happen when you hit rock bottom and all these things that people they're so afraid of these realities. This is what keeps them doing things they don't want to do. Meaning they may hate their job, but they're like, oh, well, I'm not trying to end up broke on the streets and fucked up. So I'm gonna keep working this job I hate. Versus I just decided, like, okay, well, what is so scary about these streets that people will begin to go against their own moral code to avoid? This is how I'm analyzing it. People will violate their own moral code to not experience this reality. So they're so afraid of this reality that they're willing to do anything and all things to not have to exist in that world as we call the underworld, right? You get swallowed by the underworld. So me looking at it like that, I'm like, okay, what in this underworld just has people so shook? What are people so shook about? That they're willing to sacrifice their own moral code, which is why people become corrupt and evil and all that. Why? Because they're not trying to experience certain dimensions. So of course, me being the Scorpio, this just triggers my excitement. I'm like, oh, this this is something that I should actually look into because this is what really controls people. This is the real power. It's not God. That's a fabrication. People fucking pretend with that shit. But they really fear that this underworld activity because that's the last place that they want to be, right? The same thing with jail. The last place a person would want to be is in jail, right? But what's worse than jail? What's worse than jail is the underworld. As people call hell, right? It's one thing to suffer on earth. It's another thing to suffer eternally, right? It's one thing to suffer here. It's another thing to suffer eternally. So that's why people fear hell. What is the similarity between hell and then the underworld or these streets? And that's where we come into the energy of the devil, right? Because the devil is supposed to be the ruler of hell, but then the devil is also tempting people in this life too to do all type of wicked activity. So you see a correspondence of energies here, and that's the energy that keeps people in check. That's why this world is not just totally fucked, because people are afraid. It's not that they're in love, it's that they're afraid. Love just helps balance their fear. I'm just going to reveal that, right? That's another secret. People want love to balance their fear, all right? 'Cause that's what we do. We reveal secrets. That's a secret. Love is not what you think it is. That's why it's conditional. Why? Because it's to balance their own fears. They need a strong force that's equal to their fears, and love serves that purpose. Love serves the purpose of a strong enough counterbalance to deal with your fear. Simple, right? But are people going to tell you that? No. Are they going to be that honest? No. That's why people are deceptive by nature. That's why you learn the art of deception so that you can see through the bullshit people are constantly projecting because they're not telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth. But are most people going to talk like I talk? No. They're putting up facades and deceptions to deceive you from you knowing exactly who they really are. Because who they really are is not something nice. And again, that's what I reveal, right? As you see. People will not even listen to me because of the content. I'm devilish to a lot of people, right? But we all are devilish. We all have that attribute. I'm just manifesting within all of us, as we call the devil energy, right? We all have it. Some people just decide to shield it with God. So through the veil of God, they do all their devilish activities in the church. What's up, Jojo? Do we not see that? Is God not the perfect veil for devilishment? All right, then. That's just a reality. Okay. So the bigger question is fear more powerful than love? Because if fear is more powerful than love, and God is supposed to be love, right? God is supposed to be the all loving, the most merciful love. So if fear, or the question is fear stronger than love? Because if fear is stronger than love, that means there's a force more powerful than God. Okay? And if there's a force more powerful than God, then it would be to your advantage to get to know that energy. And this is where we go into the mysteries of the devil card, right? Because the devil card conveys a lot of mysteries. It's a lot of symbolism packed into one card. So it's not just telling you one thing, it's telling you many things. It speaks to you on many levels. Because it's all real. Again, that's why I manifest the devil energy. You see, I just reveal things that people will not say because they are afraid. So people lie because they're afraid. So people become good liars because they are afraid. People become good scammers and hustlers and lawyers and doctors because they are afraid. It's not out of love, it's out of fear. So they are ruled by fear, which is a force that is stronger than love. Because love is supposed to be the strongest force, but we see that that's not true now, is it? There's a force that is stronger than love, and we know that to be fear. And that's, again, why God doesn't have a card in the tarot, but the devil does. Who else is asking that question? Where is a card for God? Why is it necessary? Because they're supposed to be polar opposites, right? That's why we're clearing out all that bullshit. It's supposed to be God versus devil, good versus bad, angel versus demon. Well, why doesn't God have a card then to parallel the devil? Or why isn't a card that's the polar opposite? Because that's religious creation. That's not reality. The tarot is reality, but this whole story of God, that's religion. But we'll get into, give me 1 second. We'll get into more of that in just a second. I'll be right back. All right. Just had to grab some more of the alchemical mixture so that we can continue on. Well, let me put on some music. Give me a second. Let's see what we got. But as I was saying, that's why I ask these questions, because I know these questions are not being asked. People are just doing whatever the fuck they want to do. And that's why there's so much confusion. But let them be confused, because real kings will find their way, real queens will find their way, right? So that's why I'm making the observation. It's really not a battle of God versus devil, because there is no God card, okay? But the devil energy is real, because that is the only thing that is real. Fear is real, love is not real. Sorry. Yeah, it gotta be me to say it, right? Gotta be me to say it, but I'm gonna say it. Love is fake, okay? Love is fake. That's why it's love under will. Love under will. Love is the law. Love under will. What's up, Ashe? Peace. Love under will. That's telling you without telling you. The real force is will. It's only through your will that you are able to supersede the false God. As the Gnostics will call the divine spark within you. The divine spark within you is your will, your thelema, your true will. That's the only force that can supersede the matrix, okay? Because as we see, the matrix is fear. Everybody is controlled by fear. So you must control fear. If you control fear, well, how do you control fear? With your will. You need your willpower to control fear. You control your own fear at first, then you control the fear of others. That's what it means to be a boss, okay? A boss knows how to control the fear of others, okay? Are they going to tell you that? No, but I'll tell you, okay? Because I'm going to tell you the truth. And I know it's distasteful, but oh, fucking well. That's, that nice shit is a fabrication, okay? I'm just doing my duty to give you the actuality of things, right? It's not my duty to tell you other than what needs to be said, okay? It's distasteful, though, I understand. It's distasteful. It's distasteful that people have to be slaves and peasants and servants, but they have to. Is it distasteful to say that many people have to be fucking employees? There has to be employees and employers. And it don't have nothing to do with money. Money is just what do they, the bait that they throw into the ocean. Money is the fucking bait. But that's not the reason why it happens that way. Have we been fooled? Money is the bait. Money is just to get you there. But what keeps you there? What keeps you there once you're there? Because that hourly rate is always looking nice. Whatever number appeases you. But that's to get you there. What keeps you there? What keeps you under the spell of gaining riches? It's your own psychology, correct? It's your own demons that you refuse to acknowledge. But they know that you have them so they can play on them. There's certain people that can read you and know exactly what you have and what you don't have, what you need and what you don't need, and they know how to play that to their advantage. Okay? We can call these people predators, you can call them whatever the fuck you want to call them, but they know the law and they follow it precisely. And these people are considered bosses and moguls and gurus, pastors, priests. They're all over the place. Leaders. They're all over the place. Because you can see the same pattern within all of these people. They understand how things really work and how to control people. That's a science, how to control people. That's a science, right? That's not something that's just make-believe. If you want to have any successful business, you're going to have to know how to control people. What's going to get people into this door every morning, every day? It can't just be a paycheck. That's just what they have to believe, in which they do believe. Oh, I'm just here for the check. Okay, let them believe that, but that's not why you're there. That's just to get them there. But that's not what keeps them there. Because there can be jobs that pay more, but they stay at the same one. Why? You have to know these things. Or you can deny them. You can deny it. Right? You don't have to take anything. You can take all this on face value and act like it don't happen and just be a victim to it. You can do that too. But over here, we tend not to take that approach. So I'd rather tell you the truth so that when you notice it, you know how to defend yourself against it and you know how to implement it. Unfortunately, you have to go into the darker arts to obtain power. Unfortunately, that's how this reality is built. Unfortunately, your demons have to be summoned at times. Unfortunately, you are not allowed to just be a nice person and then live the life that you want to live, because to live the life that you envision yourself to live will require you to be able to control the minds of others. Unfortunately, you have to be that person. Unfortunately. You're going to have to know people's fears and you're going to have to use it against them, unfortunately. You're going to have to understand human nature and that people just need to believe in things, so you have to give them something to believe in, unfortunately. That's what they call the corporate culture. That's something to give you to believe in because they know that people have to believe in something. That's one of the 48 laws now, isn't it? People need to believe in something, so you give them something to believe in. Okay? So you have to know how humans work if you plan to be a boss in this world. That's why for you it's not about the money. The money is going to be there because you got the people. If you got the people are going to ensure that the money gets to you. But you have to ensure that the people stay. If the people stay, the money will flow. So you don't have to think about the money. The boss doesn't have to think about the money. Again, now, do they think about money? Of course, they're reflecting their lower natures. That's why business is corrupt. But I'm giving you the pure. I'm giving you this so that you can do this successfully if you decide to. If not, then don't. But understand it when it, but because you heard it, then you're gonna know it when it's happening to you. So, oh well, right? So even if you don't implement it, you go, damn, something this has been implemented on me. Then you have to decide whether you want to play the game or not, because it is a game, and people would like to compare it to chess, but it's more like the tarot. You can say the only game greater than chess is the tarot. But people don't normally consider the tarot a game, but it is. People used to play with tarot cards, and that's how we had playing cards. Before it was playing cards, they were using tarot cards. So tarot cards wasn't just all about fortune telling. You actually played games with the cards. And then you, based on how a person played the game, that gave you a sense of the type of person they was because you're looking at the plays that they're making. So that gives you insight into how they think. That's why people play games with each other. You're really getting insight into a person's psyche, how they choose to attack, how they choose to defend. You're seeing it all on the board because the board is a miniature form of reality. The board is a miniature form of reality. Your job is a miniature form of reality. Your business is a miniature form of reality. So it don't matter what position you find yourself in, it is a miniature reality. So the same laws will apply. You have to understand people's fears and motivations, and you have to play it to your advantage. It's just no way around it. Okay? Now, people struggle with their moral compass when you begin to get into the darker arts because you find yourself getting darker. Like, okay, you become one with the darker arts. Now, bad things don't seem as bad. Wicked things don't seem as wicked because you understand the purpose that it all serves. So, of course, that begins to alter your moral compass. That begins to alter what you feel is right or wrong because you understand the reality of things. So now the fabrication that we've been given, being educated in school systems and these things, American culture, which is all bullshit. Because they don't follow these laws and these rules, but they expect you to. But that's not their culture. That's just the culture they gave you. So we fight amongst each other, something that's not even ours in the first place. Meaning we're arguing, like Christians is arguing against Muslims and Jews, but we predate religion. So we have no business even arguing religion. We predate religion. That's what the occult is. The occult existed before all these ideas. So why would we even be concerned with this shit? Which is why I don't really spend too much time with that, right? Because this is all fantasy and myth anyway. You're just discovering what character you play, and you have to know the strengths and the weaknesses of your attribute, of your archetype, and play it to your advantage. See, people do this on a subtle level. Meaning, for example, a subtle way of doing this would be like a woman who knows how to use her charm to her advantage. That's subtle, because you're still on an earth plane. Or a man that's, you can say, a Mac or a player, he knows how to use his words and stimulate a woman's mind. That's a small shit. That's small shit. People try to make that big. They call it manipulation and seduction and deception. It is that. It is that. It is that. But it's natural, so we don't look at it as that. But it is. But it's just so natural to your being, it doesn't register to you as anything negative. A woman doesn't feel like she's a bad person because she knows how to use her charm. Like a man doesn't feel like a bad person because he knows how to use the English language and vocabulary to his advantage. However, that is a dark art. But it's natural as well. See, that's why even using the word natural is kind of iffy because human nature is natural. So that means you have to accept deception. You have to accept manipulation. You have to accept seduction because that is a part of human nature. All right. And this is what they display anyway. So even people that's like all natural, they prefer things natural. Well, understand the other side of that too. Okay. You're dealing with both sides because again, natural also means okay, this is how humans are. So that doesn't mean okay, I'm about to be anti-human. That means you're going to be fully human. If you're all natural, that means I'm going to be fully human. That means those things are not outside of your realm because that's natural. Okay. Just know that. Just know that. That's why it's easier for a person to say that because you don't want to say okay like I'm all synthetic because that seems kind of weird to say, even though some people are, but that they wouldn't say it like that. But it is what it is. Some people prefer the synthetic. Some people prefer natural, but some people prefer the synthetic, right? So we have to understand that when you are amongst the synthetic, it's not just a way of life, it's also a way of thinking, it's a way of being. You're dealing with more than just a person's manifestations and their actions. You're also dealing with people's psyches. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand, that this is a psychological game because a game is more than a game. See, when we think about game, we think about a sports game or some bullshit that don't really matter. A real game matters. For example, in Yu-Gi-Oh, they played shadow games. If you lose, your soul is trapped in the shadow realm. That's not just a game. Okay, this is real. There's consequences if I lose. It's not just okay, you lost the game. No, you have actual consequences that it's going to be hard to recover from. But that type of shit actually, that's what you do when you gamble. You can say with the streets, you're playing the game of the streets and whatever the hustle game, the pimp game, the whole game, whatever game you decided, the scam game, whatever game you decide to participate in, you're already putting yourself or subjecting yourself to these laws. Do most people realize it? No. But you are subjecting yourself to, you can say, occult laws, even if you don't know what those occult laws are. You just been a participant of certain activity. You're expected to know the law. Same thing with actual law. You can't say I didn't know it. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. That doesn't just apply in the courtroom. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. It applies in every game that you decide to participate in. So you should know the rules for the game that you are participating in because everybody is participating in some type of game. You might as well know the rules. Not just the man-made rules, also the occult rules. Because there's always a other side to whatever good you're trying to bring out of people. It also comes at a cost. So that's why it's like you can't even look at it as good or bad. Even when you try to bring good out of people, it still comes at a cost. But are they going to tell you that? No, that's why even you can think, for example, now it's more about positive thinking and positive thoughts. But even that comes at a cost. So even people like I'm all positive. I just want to be around positive energy, good vibes. It's like even that comes at a cost because you're cutting off a whole frequency of energy. It comes at a cost. That's why it's always 50-50. The in-between world. That's why most people are absolutists. That's why you can't really deal with absolutists. Most people only think in black and white. You're either this or that, Democrat or Republican, blood or crip, GD or BD. People who think in absolutist terms, these people's thinking is limited to a certain result, as they call standing on business. That's really essentially the only way to go about those arts. Meaning you gotta essentially use force. All they know is force. If somebody do something, you gotta use force. And you can say Pluto represents force, but there's also the other side of Pluto that we know as the occult, the hidden force, or the hidden hand. That's a better way. That's more popular, right? You have the actual the hand of the enforcer, but you also have the hidden hand, which is basically what people be trying to expose. They be trying to expose the hidden hands, right? So it's not the people that's right in front of you, it's the people that you don't even know exist. Because the less you know about their existence, the more powerful they actually are, right? What I mean by that is, these are not the people that's always trying to get in front of a camera or trying to be known or they want people to know their thoughts or what they're involved in. These are not these type of people whatsoever. Because these are the people that understand there's more to it than just the rush that you get from fame and fortune and what most people fall victim to. They most people just want to have abundance. Let's just be honest. This is what I mean by most people's thoughts don't go deep enough to truly understand what they really ask for. That's why it fucks them up. That's why it's like be careful what you ask for. Like you clearly didn't think it out fully because you wouldn't even be asking for it. For example, like most people would love to have $1 million, but they don't understand that that $1 million will corrupt them because they don't know how to handle it, so they will mishandle it. You give the average person $1 million, it's going to be mishandled for sure. There's no way that they're going to probably handle it. It's not going to happen. So when they run out of money, they're in a worse position than what they was before because now they had a taste of it and now they didn't learn how to generate it, but they had the taste, so they didn't, it completely throws everything off. They can no longer be the same. So even something that would be viewed as a good act still has consequences, and this is the point that I'm saying. Even a so-called good act. For example, you just helping somebody out because you may be in a position where you can help people out now. But even that act has a consequence because it's human nature. People will not supersede human nature. The only person or the only type of person that's able to supersede human nature is somebody who knows what human nature is, all the components of human nature. That's the only way to navigate outside of that circle of influence. That's why the occult is there, because the occult teaches you all that. That's why you learn it. And not just learn it, you must know it by heart. Meaning it must become a part of you. The occult must be a part of you, not just something outside of you, not just a book that you read when you have time to read it, not just something that you do when you have time to do it. You must be the living spirit of the occult if you want the occult to show and prove itself to you. Like people be trying to do, you can say like spells and shit, and then wonder why they don't work or they didn't get the results that they were expecting. Because they were not sincere. You cannot fool the occult with the deception that we use on human beings. This is what people fail to understand. That's why people are really not spiritual, because they fail to understand these things. How you're able to get away with deceiving people all day, every day, the spirit doesn't operate on that level. So the moment the spirit catches you trying to not be real, there's a consequence to that. Like, yo, I know you're lying, but you think you're slick because you're a professional liar. But you're really just pissing me off, and now we're gonna make things hard for you because you thought that you are more intelligent with something that's timeless. So most people that deal with negative results from the occult is due to their own ego mania. They thought that they can outsmart something that is timeless. And then they get proved wrong. But it's their own fault. It ain't because they were messing with dark energy. They were trying to bring their manipulation tactics into the spirit world and just got proved that, okay, that's not going to happen. That's all it is. Because if you come with a pure heart, you ain't got nothing to worry about. Truth be told. You come to the spirit not basically just being real, because you're not real with people. We already know that. Hey, close that door. Close that door. So your kids just running in. Anyway, just ask yourself. Just really pay attention to the occult that you don't know about. What I mean by what you don't know about is we don't know who people really are. We don't learn people by interacting with them. That's not how you learn people. This is what a boss understands. You don't learn people by the interview process, for example. Let me just give you a real example of what I'm talking about, right? The real example is most of the time when you apply for a position, you have to go in for an interview, right? And you would think that they're interviewing you because they're trying to like get to know you and see if you would be a good fit for their so-called culture, right? So you would think they're just really trying to study you and your responses and how you would do certain things to see if you qualify. But that's not the case at all. At all. Excuse me. The reality is they have to know how to control you. They need to know your weakness. How do I know this? Because I see it all the time. Meaning, certain people would be positioned around certain people because they understand the sexual tension between certain people or certain groups of people, right? I see this, meaning certain people, for example, it's a bunch of horny ass teenagers, boys and girls. They're gonna put them all in one area. I see this all the fucking time. So because of the sexual tension, they find each other attractive. They're trying to talk and communicate. We know high school shit, college shit. So of course that human nature is going to be brought into the job. You can't expect people not to be humans. So you already know the sexual tension is there. It's not that we're trying to pretend like it's not there. It's just that how the boss is thinking, how do you use human nature to your advantage? Oh, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna put a bunch of teenagers, a bunch of young adults around each other. They are sexually attracted to each other, but they're in a location where they have to pretend to be professional. So you're not allowed to touch, you're not allowed to just say sexual jokes and innuendo and all that. So you just can't be blunt and say, okay, I wanna fuck. You can't just do that. You gotta be professional. You gotta create these illusions. You have to create these veils. And through the process of you creating these illusions, you creating these veils, which is why you saw the people in the circle. These are veils that they create. They create these veils. Then they try to interact with each other through these veils that they created. The result is you have a successful day at work, or you have a successful operation. Because now you got people like basically sneaking around trying to show forth interest, but you like trying to do it in between doing your work and all that. It creates a perfect work atmosphere. That's a working atmosphere. Is that not what you see on every fucking job there is? People are purposely put in situations where you know the attracts they precisely do this because they know this is how you have a successful operation. You can't just have a bunch of dudes around each other or a bunch of women around each other. You need to have a mix of everything. You need to have the whole universe in here. You need all the zodiac signs in this bitch. You need multiple generations in this bitch. You need the older people, you need the younger people, right? Because they all have their own way of doing that. It happens on all levels, just differently. It's just a lot quicker, of course, with the younger people. It's a lot slower with the older people. But it's there. It's just human nature. When you understand human nature, you know how to put people in precise positions to have a certain result. Okay, I'm going to promote her because she knows how to charm all the men. So why would I promote the woman that's actually qualified, who has all the qualifications, but she's not good with giving actual direction? Who is going to get the fucking job? Who's going to get the position? The one who actually knows that you see, who has no experience though, but through her natural essence, she's able to get dudes to do whatever they want. Like, okay, well, you're going to put her in a position of power because she's demonstrating those abilities that were actually natural to her. It ain't even something that she learned or that she had to pick up on. That's just natural. Versus the woman who been in school, who did all the technical terms, who read all the books. But when it comes to the actual practical results, you're like, okay, well, you actually still have to be a people person. You still have to know how to really interact with people. But that part may not be, they may not be that strong in that the actual interaction. Versus the woman who's strong in that art, she may not have read all the books and have the technical knowledge, but she has a practical knowledge. So again, you put people in an environment, then people show forth who they are, right? People show forth who they are. When you put people in an environment where they can show forth who they are, that's happened. It's just human nature. These people are going to show forth who. All you have to do is study and like, okay, I know who's going to be the supervisor. I know who's going to be in this position. I know who's going to be the lead. All you got to do is observe. All you have to do is observe. Human nature will take a life of its own. It's like looking at tubes. Scientists looking at tubes and they're mixing shit and they're looking at reactions. You're doing the same thing just with human beings. This is chemistry. It's chemistry on a human level. Let me put these people together and watch. I'm gonna put one of each zodiac sign, a male and female of each, so that's 24 people. I'm gonna put 24 people in this area, and they're all. This is the whole universe. What do you think is gonna happen? When you have the power, again, when you are the manager, you have the power to put people where they're going to be, right? So you know who's who. So you know how to manipulate the board, as they call staffing or labor tracking, right? You know who works good together, who, okay, if I put these two together, it's going to be some fucked up shit. If I put these two together, it's going to be nothing but good work. You have to observe people to know what energies to put together and what energies to keep separate, right? You have to watch. You have to, okay, well, okay, those two Aries was always getting along with the airs, with the air signs, but every time they interacted with the water signs, like, it was always some tension. So when you are observing or supervising, they call it, oh, the supervisor. No, you're supervisor. Why is it supervise? Why isn't it just vise? Because we know vision, supervision. Supervision. So it's not just vision, it's supervision. That means it's higher vision, which is what the fuck I'm talking about. Meaning you're looking at the patterns. You're looking at the archetype. You're using your supervision, third eye vision. And you're looking at how people are manifesting themselves. And then you're choosing who's going to be in what position because you're seeing how they manifest themselves. This is what a boss is doing. While everybody think they're thinking about the money, no, you're thinking about the money. That's why you sit your ass there and you deal with the bullshit because you're thinking about the paycheck. They're not thinking about the paycheck. They're thinking about observing you and putting you in the position that's going to be to their advantage. Okay, I see this person likes to be alone, so I'm going to put them in a position where they don't have to really interact with nobody, and that's going to get the best work out of them versus putting them in an environment where they got to interact with 5 or 6 people. I'm not going to get the best out of them. So when you know how to position people based on how they are, you know how to get the best reaction out of people because you know who they are by supervision. Based on my supervision, I know exactly the best position for everybody to go in. I know who's introverted, who's extroverted, who's shy, who's outgoing. Because you have been observing these people, right? You know how to properly staff at that point. You're studying energy, chemistry. You're studying natural chemistry on a human level. Human chemistry. That's what jobs are. Human chemistry is alchemy. That's why you're being supervised. They're watching the alchemy take its natural course. Okay, this is what you do as a boss. You have to know the type of people that you have employed and how to best utilize them. Because yes, you're paying them, but that's not what you're really doing. You're like, how can I use this person to my advantage? Of course they're going to get paid. You're paying every goddamn body, but that's not the point. You want to pay them and get the most out of them. How do I get the most out of this person? I need to be able to understand their psyche, to know what their needs are and how they can be their best. So you have to go that deep into a person's psychology. If you want to bring out the best in them, you have to know them from the inside out. Which again is not game because you talk to this person, because you have a conversation. You need to know about this person without having to directly ask them. That's the real art. The real art is I know who a person is, and I had to ask them a single question. I just observe who they was, who they manifested themselves as. I'm not looking at the veil that they put up. I'm looking at who they actually are. I'm looking beyond the veil. That's supervision. I'm using my supervision to look beyond the veil. Right? But is your supervisor going to tell you that? Is your boss going to tell you that? This is the real arts. This is real dark psychology. This is what's really going on. This is like a mating ground. This is one big mating ground. So they're really utilizing your sexual currency. That's why people want jobs. They want to be around men and women. Where's the line at? Why do you think people want jobs? They want to be around men and women. You ain't trying to just be at home all day. You want to be around people that you're sexually attracted to. You may not be able to do anything, at least on the job, but being around people that you are sexually attracted to definitely makes you do a better job. That's just dark psychology. Let me put a bunch of people that's sexually attracted to each other, but they can't do anything. At least here, whatever they do is going to be outside of the business. But while they're here, I'm going to utilize that sexual tension to my advantage. So of course, it's a lot easier to do your job when you're around a bunch of people that you're sexually attracted to that you can, peek at and look at all the time, and sometimes have a conversation and probably potentially get to know that person. But that's done on purpose. That's why I was telling y'all before. That's why not a job to just letting the women wear whatever they want to wear. You can wear whatever you want to wear. So a woman can be as sexually expressive as she wants, or not. And each result is going to get a certain reaction, right? So the fact when you give people that much freedom, okay, express yourself however you want, that's going to bring about a result versus, okay, everybody has to look the same and have the same uniform. That's going to get a particular result. And we see the difference between the two, right? So it depends on, that's why it's called dark psychology versus psychology. Some people like, okay, we don't want to use that. Okay, you ain't, the uniform, you don't really see nobody's curves, nobody attributes. That's fine. Versus, okay, I see everything. You seeing all curves, all attributes. That creates a certain environment. That's as we call college, right? The same thing is happening in every college, every high school, probably every fucking middle school. Motherfuckers just expressing themselves. This is just, but when you understand the same thing happens in school. It's a bunch of men and women, or boys and girls at that time, who sexually attracted to each other. So are they really going to school to do their work? Or are they going to school to check out each other? To interact with these different energies? If you're honest with yourself, you're like, well, was school ever about the fucking work? How much of that shit do you really remember? Or do you remember all those interactions you had with those people? What do you remember the most? The interactions or the curriculum? Exactly, all right? We already know the answer. What was your fifth grade curriculum? You probably don't remember. Who were you attracted to in the fifth grade? You probably remember. All right, then. But anyway, give me a second here. I'm just making this shit so plain and clear that it's undeniable. So if you deny it, you're just being a fucking asshole, which people like that exist. We're just gonna deny the truth even though we know that it's not, no flaws in it, but whatever. Those people are gonna always exist, right? I was supposed to put on some music. All right. All right. Any thoughts on hoodoo? I guess this month is Hoodoo Heritage Month. Well, let's see what Chat GPT says. Let's see what Chat GPT says. All right, the reason I'm asking Chat GPT, because I want you to verify the accuracy, if you will. Because when I typed in what is hoodoo on Chat GPT, well, it's still generating. All right, cool. So basically, it broke hoodoo down to 7 principles. So the first principle is spiritual practices. It says root work, utilizing roots, herbs, minerals, and sometimes animal parts. Conjure involves casting spells and making charms or talismans. Divination, employing various methods to predict the future or discover hidden knowledge. Spirit work involves working with ancestor spirits and other spiritual entities. Number two, beliefs. Power of the practitioner. The effectiveness of hoodoo practices is often believed to depend on the power, knowledge, and skill of the practitioner. Ancestor veneration. Ancestors are honored and often called upon for guidance and assistance. Magical link. Objects or symbols can be magically linked to a person or event and can be used to affect them positively or negatively. Practices, mojo bags, small bags containing various items intended to bring luck, protection, or other benefits to the owners. Candle magic, utilizing candles in various colors and shapes to bring about desired outcomes. Spiritual baths, using specifically prepared baths for cleansing, protection, or drawing specific energies. Okay, let me put the music back on. Number four, herbal remedies, use of herbs both for medical and magical purposes. Mineral magic, utilization of minerals like graveyard dirt, salts, and more in their practices. Five, influences, African traditions. Many practices and beliefs are derived from African spiritual traditions. Native American and European practices, inclusion of both botanical knowledge and folklore from Native American and European traditions. Six, historical context, slavery. Hoodoo developed amongst enslaved Africans in the U.S., blending various African traditions together. Oppression. It served as a source of empowerment and hope during times of oppression and hardship. Seven, no centralized doctrine. Hoodoo is not a religion per se and doesn't have a centralized doctrine, holy book, or a set of practices. It can be highly individualized and practitioner specific. Distinction from voodoo. It's crucial to differentiate between hoodoo and voodoo. Hoodoo is a system of folk magic and does not have religious practices, while voodoo or voodoo is a religion practice chiefly in Haiti and has its own distinct religious and spiritual practices. So that's Chat GPT's definition of hoodoo. So you let me know whether you agree or disagree with its summary of hoodoo. What's up, Zori? What's going on with you? Because basically, from what I read, I don't see any issues with it. If that's how you if that's how you want to practice your magic, why not? If that's what you're drawn to, for sure. Because I know people are drawn to the more natural traditions. People are still kind of iffy about the more technomatic practices. Do you feel it should be a closed practice? Well, I think that's what voodoo is. That's the closed practice. Like they ain't really sharing their knowledge with you. Like people practitioners of voodoo, they ain't really telling you the secrets. Like you got to be one of us to know the secrets. So I believe voodoo is that path of the closed practice where they have their own secrets and their way of doing things, and it's not shared with the public at all whatsoever. So I think that's what the so hoodoo versus hoodoo, you can say just what they allow the public to know. From my observation, so hoodoo essentially is for anybody, and it's basically generalized knowledge things that anybody can utilize. Versus because again, they said it doesn't have no central book or no holy book, so you're able to freestyle with it. So I think the I guess that's what it has working for it, where it's not as strict, right? They say other black ethnicities can be invited into hoodoo, but only through black indigenous people from the U.S., African Americans. Well, I'm just at the point honestly where all the old knowledge has been revealed. Everything has been revealed, right? We're just at a level, and we're in the 21st century. 2 plus 1 is 3, and we know 3 is understanding. We're just at a level of understanding at this point. We're at a level where we can take all of the old and create something new, which is what we did with hip hop. Hip hop is just old music remixed. That's what hip hop was. It's the musical form, right? We're taking old music that's already been created, sampling older music, and then adding our own individuality to it, to that sample. That's essentially what it breaks down to. You're taking the old and remixing it. So I feel that's what hoodoo is. Hoodoo is like it has elements of the old, it has elements of voodoo, but it allows you to create your own remixes. So you essentially can run into all types of different people, and I can see how how certain people would be more drawn to that because yeah, other people ain't trying to adhere to no holy book or no rules like that. So I can see how hoodoo would appeal to more free loving people and people that I guess are more rebellious, who have a more rebellious attitude. Versus voodoo allowed pretty much you. It's like the mafia where you start off as the person that's just running the errors and plays, and you gradually build your way up by the work you put in. Yeah, so voodoo is more like the mafia, and hoodoo is more like the associates. Like the mafia always has associates, people that are associated. So you become an associate of those who are the real practitioners of voodoo. You can get into that world through hoodoo, which is basically what you're saying, that people can be initiated. So basically, what they're being initiated to is, you could say, forms of voodoo, because now it becomes voodoo when you have to become initiated. So it's more voodooish. It's more occultish at that point. So yes, I see hoodoo is essentially the path into the deeper mysteries of voodoo, for sure. So if that's something that a person is into, yeah, you will have to go through hoodoo to get an idea of what voodoo is. I think hoodoo will just give you an idea of what voodoo is, because voodoo is more darker, for sure. You know, shit can get real dangerous with voodoo because they're teaching you not just healing. So if you already learned that in hoodoo, you can say the white magic. Now voodoo is teach you the black magic. So you can say hoodoo is white magic, then voodoo is black magic. So of course you can say you should strive to learn the white magic, then learn the black magic. So the damage that it has on your system, the damage that it has on your body, you're able to recover from it. That's another reason why people go into the dark and they suffer because they didn't learn the whiter arts or the healing arts, but they know the arts of war. But you also have to know the healing arts to balance that dark. So that's essentially how you don't lose yourself to the abyss because you're able to maintain that balance. So meaning no matter how deep you go into the darkness, you're always angelic, as we know. That's why it's necessary to develop knowledge and conversation with the holy guardian angel. That's the whole purpose. Like, it don't matter how dark Aleister Crowley seems. The whole purpose of the Lima was to develop knowledge and conversation of your holy guardian angel. He was just the prophet of that. But it's for you to develop your own relationship with your own holy guardian angel. Just as a reminder, we can be termed demons and devils and in hell, but we all come from the same place. We have the same origin. We just took two different paths. One of us just realized that it was a false god. So we're not going to be under a false god. We have to create our own world, which is called the underworld. So when they say Lucifer was cast out of heaven, that's talking about Venus. That's astrological. Lucifer is just Venus. It's talking about the path, Venus as a morning star. So when they refer to Venus the morning star, Lucifer just means Venus. Venus the morning star. So that's an astrological play. So how people created that to be some type of folklore about the devil being casted out of heaven, like, no, that's just talking about the rotation of Venus. And Venus was worshipped. Same thing. Saturn. The planets have been worshipped. Like, people worship the sun, people worship Venus, people worship Saturn, and of course people worship Pluto. So how it became, that's religion came and then altered that to make us believe some whole other shit. Again, just another ploy to keep you away from the darker arts, right? Anything associated with the darker arts is supposed to, vi- violate that fear. But now let me type in what voodoo is, because I typed in what is hoodoo. So let's see, when I type in voodoo, does it kind of give us the same summary that I just gave y'all, or it's going to take us in a whole different direction? So I just do things like this to see how good AI is. So you see how I broke down voodoo. Let's see what ChatGPT says. Maybe it's going to give us deeper insight. Maybe it'll take us to a whole different direction. But at least it'll give us another level to it, which is what I want to do. That's why I'm always using ChatGPT now, because I can just type something in and just get a result real quick. But again, I'm using the paid version, so if you're not using the paid version, you're not going to be able to get the same answer. So I'm like, yo, I need to. So I'm paying for this every month. I pay for this monthly to expand. So I'm like, I know the perspective I have, but let me see a different perspective and add on to it. So it just helped me to see multiple perspectives instead of me just looking at my own. So let's see. So I typed in what is voodoo. And it pretty much did the same thing. It broke it down to pretty much 8 points, 7, 8 points. So let me read it. Let me read the same points. Well, let me see. Um, I wanted to know your opinion because I know you studied the Haitian Revolution, how voodoo played a part, and I heard voodoo played a part in freeing the slaves in the U.S. I agree, and that's why I said voodoo was the dark arts, because yes, because of voodoo, the Haitians were able to gain their freedom. Voodoo is what helped the Haitians gain their freedom. That's an absolute fact. So that's why I say, is voodoo real? Yeah, for sure. It's real because it teaches you how to, for example, one of the ways that the Haitians freed themselves was they poisoned the water. So all of the slave masters and all of the people that were oppressing them, whenever they drunk water, they would die. So they used fear. So they stopped drinking water, and some of them, died because a lot of them died because of that. So they became fearful to drink their own water because the water was poisoned. Well, in order to poison the water, you have to know how to create poison. That's what the dark arts is. The dark arts is teaching you poison. So how people poison people's foods and spike people's drink, that's all black magic. That's the dark arts. Voodoo teaches you those things. But that's why it's only certain people are allowed to know those secrets. They're not just teaching that to the public. That can be very dangerous. So like, okay, you got to go through levels to even know how to do that stuff. Then they're also teaching you how to create explosives because this is the art of war now. So if it ever came to it, now you know how to develop explosives. So missiles, guns, all these things are a part of the dark arts. How to create explosives, how to create fire, how to manipulate fire. So all that's a part of the dark arts. All that's a part of voodoo. So that's definitely to say that it's real, absolutely. Because it's not just based on a bunch of spirit talk. But again, I'm gonna read the actual definition in Chat GPT. Yeah, my grandma don't even want us going back to Haiti because of the magic going on against families. And that's essentially what happened. So voodoo freed the Haitian people, but then they began to enslave themselves. So once they were freed from the white man's influence, then they began to suppress each other, which then now they're in a situation they're in now where it's always magical warfare. For sure, magic warfare on all levels. But that's just a result of black magic. So it's not even that they did something wrong. That's just when you activate black magic, you don't just close it. It's like you open up Pandora's box. So you did it to get free. But at the same time, Pandora's box is open. So people are not just gonna close it now. Okay, we're free. So now we're supposed to abandon all the black magic. So of course that's gonna cause some agreement. Some people probably wanted to abandon it and other people didn't. And eventually those people get in a war and then we get what we have now. Right? So but that's just what happens when you open up Pandora's box. So it was inevitable. So that's why I'm like, it's not that somebody did something wrong. It's just inevitable when you. They say the same thing about Nigeria, right? They call Nigeria one of the most corrupt places on the planet. But if we know anything about Nigeria, they are into the darker arts, right? So that's just again, it ain't that they're doing anything wrong. That's just what comes when you open up those doors, right? So you of course people are going to become corrupt. Does that mean the whole culture or the whole people corrupt? No, but you will have those individuals who have, you can say, fully given themselves over to the dark, and they are willing to do some bad things to get you out the way. So you have to respond accordingly. So meaning if they come at you with guns, you're going to have to come back at them with guns, right? So that's what ended up happening. Now it's priest versus priest, right? So basically, the ones who have power now those families are going to war with each other. It's the same thing with the mafia. It's the same thing with the mafia. Remember, they was essentially fighting each other. That's ultimately how they was brought down because it was so much infighting amongst each other. It ain't that the police just did excellent work. It was just so much infighting amongst each other. But that's what happens when you open up those dark doors. That's the common denominator that I'm trying to get people to see. The common denominator is when you open up those dark doors, it's inevitable for those things to transpire. So essentially, you have to, you can say, navigate from that place. So the people that went outside of Haiti, but that took the dark arts and then set up shop elsewhere, those people are fine. It's just when you're amongst all these people who know the arts, it's going to be some warfare. That's why the people had to move out. and navigate. And some of those Haitians became, some of the first Americans or the early Americans, right? And then they had their hands in voodoo because they were pretty much they were never slaves. Some of the Haitians came to America and they were already free, right? So most people don't even know that part of the story where a lot of free people that were never slaves came from Haiti and they set up because they took those arts and they set up shop elsewhere because they understood what was happening. They got the fuck out of Dodge, set up elsewhere, and never had to go through slavery. All right. So mad greed, the Caribbeans think differently. Over here in the States, people take you down for things I consider pennies. Yeah, and the differences of opinion is way deeper than essentially what it seems to be. That's what I've noticed. Like on the surface, it does seem petty because it is petty, but it's really, you can say, generational warfare. That the same thing that happens in Chicago, depending on what side you end up on, people are going to be going to war for generations. Like Chicago has been going to war for generations, right? California has been going to war for generations. It's a generational thing. So, and it all seems petty. Like we're just looking at the surface of it. It's like it just seems like people are just taking advantage of people just unnecessarily. But it's always deeper than what it seems. It's never that cut and dry. That's one thing we do know. So it's way deeper than what it seems, and that's on all levels and all people that just seem not to be able to get along. And that's what we're seeing in Palestine and Israel right now. That's what we're seeing in Ukraine versus Russia. That's what we're seeing with America versus China. We're seeing these same attributes, right? Well, we're all supposed to be human beings, but we don't agree on so much things that we willing to blow each other up for. Like, okay, well, you just need to be eradicated off the map. So that's what we're going through, right? That's why I say it's perfect timing, right? We see on the world stage that when we don't get our way, now we resort to force, plutonic force. Now people are just losing their lives unnecessarily because a small group of people can't agree. Because a small group of people can agree. Now it's about to be a mass massacre, a mass sacrifice to the deity. And so now you know what war is really about, right? What's crazy, there's 48 wars going on right now. Yeah, definitely as a collective, yeah, yeah, you're right. And where you're not going to ever hear about that information. But yeah, there is warfare all over the place, like way more than usual. Way more than usual. Of course, people are always at war, but this, you could say, this is a heightened sense of war because this is based on plutonic forces. This is based on, remember, 6 planets are retrograde right now for the people that don't know. Well, actually, five. 5 of the 10 planets are retrograde. So half of the planets are retrograde right now. So it's no coincidence that all these things are transpiring and half of the planets are retrograde. That means half of the planets are going through their cleansing state. So you can say this is a mass cleansing going on. But that's because we know astrology, right? So no, I wouldn't say it's the end times. I'm just half of the planets are going through retrograde. This is what happens when half of the planets are in retrograde. So we're going through a spiritual cleanse. So even though it looks bad on the surface, it looks like, damn, this shit, this is the only way to solve this problem. Well, this is a part of the darker arts that sometimes a mass sacrifice, which is Pluto, is required for things to move forward. Why? Because you have people who just not going to, they just need to blow each other up. They have to kill each other off. That's the only way for it to end. But let me get to the definition of voodoo. So before we get too much off track here, let's see. So core elements of voodoo: spirits and deities, Loa. Spirits or deities that are served by the practitioners. Each Loa has specific domains, symbols, and offerings associated with them. The Bandai, the distant supreme creator god. Number two, priesthood. The priests and priestess often leads ceremonies, offer guidance, and perform rituals. Rituals and ceremonies, voodoo ceremonies, may involve music, dance, and spirits being invited to communicate through possession. Offerings and animal sacrifices. Offerings are made to the Loa, and sometimes animals are sacrificed. Number four, ancestral worship. Veneration and worship of ancestors are vital in voodoo, as ancestors are believed to continue to interact with the living. Spirit possession. During rituals, spirit Loa may possess practitioners who then act as the Loa, providing guidance or assistance. Six, voodoo dolls. Contrary to popular belief, voodoo dolls are not a widespread or central practice in voodoo and are often misunderstood. When used, they are typically employed as a focusing tool, not for malevolent purposes. Number seven, magic and healing. Practitioners often work with herbs and other materials to create protection, charms, and healings. Voodoo often incorporates elements from other religions, notably Catholicism, with Loa sometimes associated with Catholic saints. So, if you ask me my opinion on like the difference between voodoo and hoodoo, what I noticed just by reading this short summary, that there's a stronger emphasis on spirit possession in voodoo, and they are specifically dealing with the Loa. Versus like hoodoo, it didn't specify any central belief because there is no central belief. But voodoo was like, no, there's the supreme creator, and then there is the Loa, and nobody communicates with the creator. So that's one thing about voodoo that people may not know is voodoo has a creator god, but you don't communicate. The creator god is like too distant, like all the way to a whole different universe. So the only spirits you actually are able to communicate with is the Lord. You're not able to connect to God. So that's one thing. And they also, another thing I saw is basically necromancy, where they say that the after you die, or the dead basically continue to communicate with the living. So that's one thing that I didn't see in hoodoo. Like, okay, so the dead actually communicate with the living, and then as we see as a like, this, you see it's a darker art. You saw hoodoo was more white magic, then you see voodoo was black magic. Now you're going into the necromantic arts. Now you're going into rituals, summoning the dead, and now you're going into a lot of things that people consider spooky. Versus hoodoo, people can feel very comfortable with. I can see how hoodoo can be comforting. Versus voodoo is like, all right, you gotta you really putting in work, and now you the one that gotta sacrifice animals. That's what I mean. So you may be the one leading the ritual, and now you gotta slit the throat of a goat or something. See now you see you hoodoo ain't saying nothing about that, right? You ain't doing all that. So that's those are the differences I see, and I'm like, yeah. So the voodoo is a whole nother level, and this is why I promote technomancy, because since we are in a technological age, our spirituality has to be technomatic, meaning we have to implement technology. Because all of these older religions and these older arts didn't require technology. But because technology is essential to our being at this point, meaning we feel naked if we forget our cell phones. Don't let you forget your cell phone. That's a part of you. That's a part of you. That's like a limb. That's a hidden limb. Your cell phone is a hidden limb. You feel naked. You're like, yo, your whole day is crazy if you forget your phone. That's a part of you. You can say that's the higher you. Because a person going through your phone can really get a sense of who you are. just by going through your phone. They don't have to say a word to you, right? Because you can say your phone is your storehouse of who you really are, what you're actually doing. That's your storehouse. That's your memories, you can say. So I say our duty or our job in the 21st century is to show how these magical arts can, in fact, go into the digital world or go into the techno space. That's what we're supposed to be doing. We're showing how magic isn't just something dealing with herbs or just chanting a name of a spirit, doing all these, or meditation, all these things that people have been doing for thousands of years. We have a unique position. So we're here to show and prove how this is, in fact, not just a physical manifestation, but also a spiritual manifestation, meaning it exists on a multi-dimensional level. So even though these two worlds seem completely separate, well, what does technology have to do with spirit? It's our duty to reveal these secrets. And you see, that's pretty much all I'll be doing, right? Revealing these secrets. Showing a connection between the spirit and the technology, which we call technomancy. You can manipulate through technology. We don't need to rely on the herbs anymore or even the stars. We don't have to go outside and look at the stars. We got software now. We can just pull up our astrology chart. We can just pull up anything right off the computer, right off the laptop, right off the cell phone. We got access to so many dimensions straight off the smartphone. That the possibilities are endless. But again, because there's not enough people talking about this connection, it's not going to be got by most people. Most people are still trying to do what's been done already. But that's not what we're here to do. We're not here to do what's already been done. We're here to do something new. We're here to do what hasn't been done before. Or something that has been done, just not in a very long time, if we're going to reverse. Because we know the past is more futuristic. So in fact, you said we're going back in time. So as we're going back in time, we're getting more advanced, where the past becomes the future. So us going into the past is actually us going into the future. Because they know on a deeper level of time, time moves in reverse. On a deeper level, time moves in reverse. There's a level of reality where time is moving backwards. That's the level of reality that we call the occult. That's where the law of reversal comes from. It's talking about that space where time moves backwards, where you're moving in reverse. It's really that simple. These things actually exist, and but these are things that most people don't study, right? So of course they don't know that it exists, but it's not that it don't. It's just that you have to read, right? Most people are not reading. So a lot of secrets have been documented, it's just forgotten, but it's been preserved in books that people just don't read no more. Because now the territory is saturated. Now people just writing any goddamn books. There's no. You used to have to go through a whole spiritual journey to write a book. Now people just thinking about anything, putting anything out. That's why I understand people don't read. The shit ain't even worth reading at this point. I'm not gonna lie. That's why I be reading older books from the 20th century, from the 19th century. I'm not gonna lie. Cause the shit that's coming out now is like, I can't lie. I don't even read. It's just so base. There's like, okay, this person didn't even go through a journey. This person is just sharing information. You can tell when a person's actually conveying understanding to you versus knowledge to you. Some people are quoting knowledge. Some people are giving you wisdom, but some people are giving you understanding, meaning they're coming from reverse. They understand the backward and forward moving motion. So, you already know. RIP to Takeoff. But as you see, I'm always honoring the dead because I know this shit is real. The dead showed me that, okay, this magic is real. Because I started calling out those dead names, and I'm like, oh, this is different. I feel different. I'm in a different space now. Some portal has been opened up because I acknowledge the dead. And it's been on and popping ever since. I'm like, okay, the dead can, okay, that's voodoo right there. The dead communicate with the living. That's all I be fucking talking about, right? I be talking about the dead be coming to me in my dreams and all type of shit, waking me up. Well, man, well, that's voodoo, huh? So you can say I be revealing a lot of voodoo and don't even be classifying it as voodoo, but this is what the fuck is going on, right? The spirit is jumping in them bodies, revealing information. So I'm like, okay, well, of course, I'm gonna open up the veils so the spirit can jump in my body. That's what. Did I not show? Do I not show you all this? That's why I'm smoking right in front of you. I'm like, let me open up, and you're seeing everything, right? You're seeing everything in real time. So that's why I do these lives, to show the balance. I have to move out of the way in order to reveal this information. It's like I have to put myself to sleep, right? My ego has to be put to sleep, and then the subconscious and unconscious has to reveal things that I otherwise wouldn't have known consciously, but it's been lingering in the subconscious and the unconscious. But in order for it to get through, the consciousness become a wall that you got to break through. So you got to seduce it. You have to seduce your own consciousness in order for certain things to come through. That's why people meditate, right? That's why people meditate. You meditate to get past that wall the consciousness naturally has up. Remember, it's natural. It's not that the consciousness ain't supposed to do this. The consciousness is supposed to do that. But you have to seduce it. Then the subconscious and unconscious can reveal to you things that was not obvious to you. So I'll take one more toke. I'll say the final words. And then whatever questions anybody has, feel free to ask. Otherwise, I will check out. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back. see. All right. Let's see. I actually just want to play a couple tracks here. Hold on. I don't think they're on here. So, all right. So, all right, cool. All right. So, now that we know that this world is based around the fear of the devil, which takes you into the darker arts, which has now been revamped as what we call the Baphomet, which is why that's one of the deities in the Lima, which we know is patterned after the mythology of Pan, which is a symbol of universality. So Pan thing means all encompassing. So Pan African or Pan anything, all encompassing. 360 degrees, meaning within the mythology of Pan, you can find all of the, you can say, darker elements of human nature, because that's all the deities really represent when we read mythology. So when we read like stories where this seems extreme, like for example, when you read the mythology of Zeus and Zeus is going around just raping women and then getting them pregnant, it's like yo, like this dude is just wild and just doing whatever. Even though we know Zeus is a mythology, this is not a real person. However, it is exposing an element of human nature that is within us all. However, because of the fear, meaning we're not just super civilized people because we just woke up one day and decided to be civilized. You just know that it's consequences. Like, all right, well, if I perform those type of actions, there will be a consequence. That's why people don't do it. It's not just because we're just amongst a bunch of righteous people. It's just consequences. Because if there was no consequences, then it would be happening on a daily basis. Even though it still does happen on a daily basis. However, there is consequences. So it's not that the person always has consequences through the justice system. It may be through natural law, as we call divine justice. There's several different ways of justice, which is what people fear. So that's why we can pretend or appear to be half civilized, because we just know better. Meaning you know that it's going to be consequences to every act of violence that you show. You show any act of violence, there will be consequences. Violence of any nature, there will be consequences. Violence is not acceptable, as we know. There will be consequences. So it's not that we don't have those emotions. It's not that we don't have those thoughts or those desires or those memories. But fear, as we continue to see, trumps all of that. So no matter what memories you have, what thoughts you have, what emotions you have, or what desires you have, you fear going to jail and losing years of your life over something that you could have walked away from. So you decide that it's not worth it. Your fear of jail keeps you in line. Your fear of death, like, all right, well, somebody's gonna be trying to harm me in that way. This is what keeps people in line. It ain't their religion. It's not that they're civilized. It's not that they're righteous. It's because of the consequence. That's it. That's why people don't kill. If there was no consequences to killing, we know how many people, and people do it anyway. So people do it anyway. So imagine if there was no consequences. So of course these things happen anyway. But the only reason it happens to the level that it does is because meaning the vast majority of people are not participating in those acts. It's not that these vast majority of people are any more innocent or better. They just are aware of the consequences and they are not willing to make that cost or make that payment. I'm not about to pay with years of my life over a split second decision. They just have enough sense of themselves. Like, okay, I got too many things going on for myself to just throw it all away. Does that make them a better person than a person that did throw it away? Not necessarily. They just was thinking ahead. Their fear allowed them to stay in order. Their fear kept them in check. It wasn't another human being. It wasn't a divine force. It wasn't nothing that they think it is. It is their own fear. That's the only reason why majority of these people are religious, why they need God in their life, why they just need Jesus or whatever it is that they find comfort in. It's because their fear is so powerful that that's the only thing that's going to balance it out. This love of a false God. But you think they care that it's a false God, that this God is actually draining them of all their resources? Of course not. Their need to believe is stronger than their need to be independent, to be self-sufficient, to be successful. Their need to believe is stronger and their fear is stronger. So then people's life reflect the strength of their fears. So when you dwell into the dimensions of the Baphomet and the dimensions of the devil, the dimensions of Satan, the dimensions of Lucifer, as we call the Clipper, the first creation. Because all these things existed before anything we see that is magical or of the light. So in this sense, you could say hell was created before heaven because the clip off represents the first creation. The clip off wasn't created after. The clip off was created before. So meaning the darkness was revealed first. That's how it went. That's why the darkness is always in the background. That's why the so-called streets just represents, okay, the darkness can actually creep in through the streets. That's why people need to be protected in homes. Because the spirits, you could say, roam the streets. And if you don't have your spiritual protection, you know you're going to have a pretty rough time. Because you don't understand spiritual warfare. It ain't necessarily the physical warfare, it's the spiritual warfare. Because if you understand spiritual warfare, you don't have to really worry about physical warfare. But of course, in our culture, everything's about the gun, everything's about, again, to get back the force. But the spiritual protection keeps you out of the midst of violence. You become invisible to those who are not illuminating a certain level of light. As we call the helmet of Pluto. The art of invisibility, the art of stealth. This is what the ninja really represent. When you think about a ninja, you think about somebody that has like a ninja costume. That was purely symbolic of the shadow, meaning you become one with your shadow. That's why the ninja wore what they wore and had their face covered and all that. That was purely symbolic to be a subconscious trick to let them know that they are fully in their shadow. Because there's certain shades of black that are darker than the others, and you can't even see the 3D aspect. Like if somebody has a certain level of black, super black, you wouldn't even be able to see their third. So that has always been known. If you wear certain darker shades, where it's just you can be standing still and like a person wouldn't even be able to detect you just because of the level of darkness. Of course, you could say there's a level of alchemy that had to be made. It did just exist naturally. But if you knew the alchemical spells and formats, you can produce darker shades of black, which will be considered magical because like, yo, how are you producing things that don't naturally occur? That's what our ancestors have been doing. We have been producing things that are not naturally occurring. Meaning you have superseded the law of nature. That was not supposed to happen. Certain materials are not supposed to exist, but they were made to exist. They were alchemically produced. They were produced outside of the laws of nature. And that's what alchemy is. That's what magic is. You are producing outside of the laws of nature. Meaning, okay, the laws of nature say, okay, it takes 2 years to, you can say, have, for example, get an associate's degree. If you want an associate's degree, it takes about 2 years. So you can be like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do my 2 years, and I'm gonna have that degree. I'm gonna follow the law of karma, and because they say how long it's gonna take, then that's how long it's gonna take. Versus you're able to get yours in 6 to 9 months because you went into an accelerated learning program. Which is unusual because most people aren't that smart. But let's just say you are. So of course it's not gonna take you as long. So yeah, you can definitely call this like having the skeleton key of reality. Because the skeleton key is like the master key. Meaning you only receive certain keys when you put in a certain time, when you put in a certain effort. Then you basically get the combination of certain doors to certain locks. But of course, if you had the master key, you wouldn't go through the trial. You would just go straight into the door. So the skeleton key is a metaphor. to being able to cross into various dimensions. You have the key to various portals, as they call the key to the streets. You have the key to the streets. That means you have the key to all doors. You have a representative in all dimensions. And when you have a representative in all dimensions, of course, you have knowledge of what's going on above you and below you. And then you can, when you have access to more information, of course, your decision may change. Like, for example, if you knew exactly what you was dreaming before you woke up and why you was dreaming it, like, okay, that's going to affect the course of your day. But because most people don't remember their dreams, it don't affect the course of their day. But your whole mood is based on what just occurred. That may have been completely fake because it's not technically real, but it was real enough that it affects your mood. And then it's going to affect the rest of your day. And you not even going to know why you in a whole different mood than you was yesterday. You done went through a whole spiritual warfare that you don't remember. But let's just say you did remember. And you trace back the roots and the origins of why that could have occurred. And now you're going through a whole examination of your inner self the whole day. But you're unlocking more and more doors. Okay, that was because of this. You're connecting the dots. So by the time you get to the end of the day, you then made some type of discovery or self-analysis about yourself. And you then gained wisdom. You then became wiser by the end of that day. Versus you just go through the whole day just in a weird mood and you don't even know why. But as we know, this is how most people go through their day. So if you don't know how the day starts, which is the dream world, each and every one of your days starts off on the astral plane. Your day doesn't start when you open your eyes. Your day starts when your spirit leaves your body. That's when you go to live. This is the world of limitation. Your spirit is free to roam as far as you allow it to roam. That's what we call the astral body. So your astral body is way more vast than the physical body. So your astral body was communicating with the dead, was communicating with the gods, the spirits, the guides, the gatekeepers, whatever you want to call them, spirits, elementals. It's your astral body or your astral senses, meaning the more you are in your astral body, the more aware you become of your astral senses and you become more sensitized to them in the physical, as we call clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience, so on and so forth. These things are astral senses, and you become more acquainted with your astral senses the more aware you are of your astral body. You become more aware of your astral body the more you levitate or lift out of your spirit, out of your physical body. You become familiar with the process of astral projection and being able to navigate, which is completely weird and different than what you're used to the point where when I first did it, I was so afraid. I was reaching my physical body trying to pull my spirit back in because I was just this is just so unusual. I would just reach into, I pulled myself back. I'm like, yo, I was like, yo, just lifting myself a little out of my physical body. I'm like, yo, what the fuck just happened? Am I really doing this? I was just so overwhelmed with emotion. Like, all I knew was the physical. Like, I didn't reach up towards the sky, towards heaven. I didn't reach down towards hell. I'm like, yo, the only thing I know is the physical. I'm trying to get back in my body. I'm like, because I'm conscious of my spirit leaving my body, and this is some unusual phenomenon right now. Even though I read about these things, I've heard about these things, but when it actually happened to you, it's very uncomfortable. It's very different. It's something you have to get used to. It's not. It's like you're getting used to like riding on a roller coaster. Like your vibrations, your heart rate rises. It's like yo, you. It's very unusual when you don't know what to expect. You would think you're getting demonically possessed, which is why a lot of people go into like sleep paralysis and all type of shit, get stuck in dimensions and worlds, and not know how to navigate out of it. Like they feel like they stuck in it and they can't move. They're like a mummy in a casket effect. But again, that's just an effect of a result rather of fear and not understanding the multidimensional nature of our existence because it's so opposite of what we're used to. The real world is completely opposite than what we're used to. That's why you could say real people are so rare in this world. 'Cause they're completely opposite of what this reflection is, which is again ran by the false god. And when you come from the real God, of course you're going to have a rebelliousness against the false God. And that's why, a lot of us go into very darker paths and darker arts. It's really because you always knew that this was some bullshit anyway. So you just wanted to test the waters. Like, oh, fuck it. What's the worst that's gonna happen? God's gonna strike you down. You just kinda laugh at the shit. Let's see. So my advice to all those who wish to master their astral dynamics or the occult forces that rule over their existence, you basically have to prepare yourself to. I'm like, oh, that's where they get roller coasters. Like, little do we know, like what you feel when you are on a roller coaster, that's mimicking astral dynamics. You got to get on a roller coaster just to remind yourself how it is to be freeing. But somebody was able to capture that astral feeling and then create a physical replica of it. But it's all a reminder of what already is. But fear keeps us out of that because all of everything associated with that is again demonic and is looked down upon and is not recognized and so on and so forth. So we forget how to do these things. or we stop finding the value or seeing the value in them, and then we slowly forget until you're reminded of who and what you are, and then you take the steps in reverse to yourself. So, of course, the law of reversal is going to be associated with some type of devil worship and demon magic because it's some real shit. So, of course, they got to keep you away from it by putting fear on it. Anything that put fear on, you probably should check out. Anything that requires you to conquer your fear, you should explore. Anything that you feel that or that makes you uncomfortable, you should probably explore. Because there's a reason why it makes you feel uncomfortable, but it's not for the reason you think. It's not because the devil is actually into it. Maybe the reality is that you're the actual devil that you fear. How about that? The only thing that you fear is yourself and the powers and capabilities that you have. That's the only thing that you fear. You fear what you can become and what you can do in full realization. I don't know. I'm just in the mood to play my own music. I'm like I didn't played everybody else's music the whole damn stream. Might as well end it off with my own beats, my own melodies, right? Sometimes I gotta remind myself of my own capabilities. So I'll be listening back to this stuff. Like only this could have came from '93. That's what I'd be thinking. I mean, only '93 could manifest something like this. All right, I just kind of blacked out real quick. But I think we get the point here. But I said sometimes I have to remind myself, I'm like, all right, no matter how much I get into this corporate space, I'm still an artist at heart. I'm still able to do things that other people can't do, and that's more important than me showing people what essentially anybody could do. Like it's more important for me to manifest the intelligence of '93 than just being a boss in a corporate space. I'm like anybody can do that, but anybody can't do this. So we always have to remind ourselves of things that we do that are unique to this world and that only we can do in our lifetime and fulfill our divine purpose. Because I can't say my divine purpose is being a goddamn manager. That doesn't seem. Because my sun is conjunct in Venus, which I've been in the art the whole time. So that's what I mean by certain things. Certain is when you have certain qualities, you're gonna always be drawn to certain things, which you can verify in your chart. So when you can verify it in your chart, you're like, oh well. When you begin to manifest it in your life, you're like, all right, this ain't because I did the right thing or I did the wrong thing. This is just the energy that I emit. This is the currency that I emit. And the more I understand the currency that I emit, the more control I can have over the atmosphere. Because you're not that's not you changing the quality, that's you having mastery of it. So you determine whether it's an advantage or a disadvantage. It's not that it is or it isn't. Like for example, like certain alignments are worse than others. Like for example, the moon in Scorpio was tend to be, a very hard position for the moon to be in. Like it's very intense because Scorpio, the energy of Scorpio is intense. The moon likes to be free. Scorpio likes to hold things in, so it's like it's a push and pull thing. However, if used precisely, if used in a certain way, that can be a perfect vessel for energy to be developed in. If you can figure out an activity to get you that same effect that you're going through metaphysically, you can get something to mimic that on the physical plane. Now you can channel that energy into that, which they were talking about with the voodoo dolls. That they were really points of focus. This is energies that you want to focus on, that you want to manifest in the physical plane, that you're giving energy to. They're completely, you can say, abstract. But through the voodoo doll, you are giving it some type of shape and existence and influence in your life. So you're bringing the chambers. You're seeing how essentially thought become things. This is just you showing yourself the arts. That's why people say write things down. It's just you having some type of physical representation of, you could say, your desire. So whether it's a voodoo doll, whether it's you writing it out, that just represents a symbol of your desire on the physical plane. So just you having that symbol in the physical plane obviously will influence your subconscious. So it's a reminder of your goal or your destination, whatever the result may be. So your subconscious never loses focus of it, even if you forget what it means, but your subconscious always has focus of it. So it becomes, you could say, a vessel of your magical space or your astral space. This essentially contains astral energies, energies that are being developed in the astrals, and you're giving them a physical vessel. So essentially, it reflects back into your subconscious, and then you are influenced by it. It gives you a more focus on your desires and thoughts, and now you're having deeper visions and deeper manifestations of your desires and thoughts because you put a replica of those thoughts in the physical plane. Now it's reflecting back at you. Now your dreams are more vivid, and you're getting more understanding of what's going on, why you desire what you desire. You're getting those deeper answers that go beyond the surface, that again keeps you solid in your understanding of who and what you are and how your energies manifest on this plane, which is for you to master. You're here to master your currencies. So before we talk about cryptocurrencies and energies and even kundalini, it's for you to master. Well, your kundalini is going through your planets. Your chakras are just your planets. So it's the same thing. So you understanding the nature of your planets is you understanding the nature of your chakras. So it all comes back to the same points of reference, because these are the energies that don't change. We have the energies that change on a daily basis, but then you have the energy that don't change. The energy in your natal chart does not change. So these are energies that you're going to be dealing with for the remainder of your time here. So you might as well have some type of mastery of energy you could say you have to deal with versus energies that you're putting out to the world. You could say that represents your progress chart, meaning where you are now in your life. So your progress chart will more so reflect, where your consciousness is now. But then you have the transits, which are the planets where they are in real time. They're making conjunctions and other aspects with not just your progress chart, but also your natal chart. So even though your natal chart is your past, that's why the past, present, and future are one. Astrology shows you this because it's saying the transits are not just affecting your progress chart; it's also affecting your natal chart. These are the energies that don't change, but the changes that do occur is based on the transits. The transits form aspects with your natal chart, and then those awaken certain energies that don't change, but they are awakened at certain points depending on what planets are forming what aspects. So now these certain dimensions are emphasized. So now this particular aspect of your life is emphasized, even though it's always there, but it's emphasized. But you understanding your own currency, it being emphasized, you know how to take advantage of that emphasis, and it doesn't become a disadvantage. So this is what I mean by the natal chart is in the past, but because the transits are forming aspects to the natal chart, it affects you in the present. So your past is still affecting you, but the natal chart astrology is already showing us that, like your past. The same thing with the numerology chart. All these things are based on your time of birth. These are essentially influences based on your time of birth. It has nothing to do with your current consciousness. You can say this is all past life debt or past life karmic debt because the time you were born, you can say is based on your past life karmic debt. That's what projected you to arrive at the vessel you arrived at. So these are a lot of aspects you have to understand. Okay, well, how did I get here? Why did I choose this vessel? What purpose does it serve? These type of questions can only be answered when you understand your chart, not just know your chart. You have to understand your chart. You have to know it intimately because you're watching it in real time because you're watching the transits. So when certain aspects are formed, you like, oh, okay, there's about to be an emphasis. So you're predicting it before it happens. So you're not just responding to it. You can see it before it happens. That's astrology allows us to not just see into the past and present, but also see into the future. So then you looking into the future, meaning you already know, okay, these certain emphasis are going to happen at this time, at this time. So now you are planning ahead. That's why I say the past, present, and future are one. Because you're looking into the past, what's going on with these transits with the natal chart, but you're also looking into the future. What can I expect in the future? I need to know the past influences, but I also need to know what to expect in the future. But I also need to know how to deal with the energies that's manifesting right now. You have to take into account all three of these dimensions. That's why time is one, because you have to take into consideration all these things. Why? Because they're affecting you. And when you begin to see the reality of these things, now it's not a belief or a hope. This is now is within the realm of mathematics. So this is just natural law. Because once you recognize these things to be true, like, okay, this is not hope and superstition. This is natural law. So me studying astrology is me studying mathematics. Me studying mathematics is me studying natural law. So the more I understand myself, the more I understand everything else. Astrology again gives us the tools to be able to do this. If this applies to me, it has to apply to you, and if it applies to you, it has to apply to everything else. So that's why knowledge itself is that's the skeleton key. Like everything that applies to you is applying to everything else and everybody else. So the more you know about you and your own currencies, how to essentially enrich yourself. The same thing that's happening on the stock market is happening within us. But it's our job, it's our duty to enrich ourselves because we have to be aware of what type of environment or atmosphere is manifested at certain times. The same way a farmer has to understand the seasons, we have to understand our own seasons. We have to understand, okay, this is going to be a time of excitement. This is going to be a time of challenges. You know, when you're able to do that ahead of time instead of just dealing with it as it comes, it puts you on a different level of thinking because now you're doing everything futuristically. You're looking into the future and making your decisions based on before things happen. That's what CEOs do. That's what people in charge of big corporations do. That's what the boss has to look into the predictions, the probabilities. That's which is another mathematical law. Probability, statistics. Statistics is you using all the data you have available to you. In YouTube, in the world of YouTube, we call it analytics. You're using all the data that is available to you, and then you're making a decision based on your analytics. Well, people watch my videos at 12 p.m. Maybe I should upload videos at 12 p.m. Analytics shows you all that data: who's male, who's female, what country, what city, what's the demographics. All that is presented to you through analytics. So then it gives you an idea of what your audience essentially, what they're coming to see, what they want to see. Then you cater to the things that you see that they're interested in. Then again, so you take all these things into account, essentially to better the quality of your content. Or that's what essentially you should be doing, right? As you see, I've been doing this the whole time, but this is essentially that's the true YouTube game is analytics and SEO. SEO is how to properly title your videos and the thumbnails and the tags, because you know, like, all right, nobody's gonna look at my video if I just put any type of strange title. I have to put a title that people are already looking into. I have to essentially start with the popular trends before I start to create my own trends. You can create your own trends where you already have a buzz, but you have to get into the. That's why a lot of people be talking about the rappers and the famous people, celebrities, because they know people are already looking up that. So if they're looking up that, then hopefully they'll come past your video. But the goal of SEO is to rank in YouTube, meaning you want your video to be on the first page. So in order for you to rank on YouTube, you have to do keyword research. Keyword research allows you to see how many times a particular keyword is searched within YouTube. See, these tools most people have to pay for, right? So I'm giving you the background YouTube, right? As a YouTuber, I'm taking you into the back world, right? This is what a YouTuber has to consider. This is what a content creator has to consider if they want to be successful in their content creation. You have to consider these things. So SEO, you're making a determination based on your keyword research. Okay, this certain keyword is looked up a certain amount of times. However, you have to take into consideration the competition, because you can't target a keyword with too much competition, because essentially it's already too much noise going on. You want to target a keyword that you can master, that essentially what people call their niche. You have to find your niche. Your niche don't it, your niche is not necessarily what you want it to be. That's why a lot of people fail, because they think their niche is what makes them unique or what makes them an individual, but sometimes it's not. Because when you're new, when you're fresh, you can say you're just throwing out any type of ideas. You're not really sticking to one idea. You're doing all type of ideas. You're just seeing which one that people gravitate to the most. So that really be the funnest time, when you can just freestyle and you can do anything. You just want to see, okay, what are people interested in? So you're not limited to just one direction. People over time become limited to one direction. But when you're first starting, you can just do whatever and you just see what works. You just throwing paint on the wall and just seeing what makes sense. So you begin to make sense of it over time. You don't have sense of it at first. At first it's chaos, but from the chaos you are developing order. This is what people get paid to do. All everything that I'm explaining, people pay people to do this. To do the SEO, to do the keyword research, to view the analytics, to see what titles and all this. People pay people to do this all day, every day, right? I just so happen to know these things because I had to know these things. But these are the things that are always taken into consideration, regardless of whether it's any type of content creation, because all this applies to all type of content. You're taking things into consideration, and your niche may not be what you expected it to be. However, you have to fulfill that role. That's one of the most important pieces. It may not be what you expect it to be, but you have to fulfill the role. Because you're like, okay, this is getting the most views, or people are giving this the most attention, but I really don't care about that. However, it's getting the most spin, so I'm gonna move in that direction. So you really, because again, it's not about you, it's about the audience. That's why you have to move your ego out the way. Your ego may wants to do what you love, but like what you love may not be what the people want. So you got to think like a business. You can't think like an individual. You have to think, as people say, a brand. You have to think like a business. Like, okay, I'm not a person. I'm not an individual. I'm a business. As a business, I'm here to serve the people. I'm not here to serve myself. I'm here to serve the people. If you're trying to serve yourself, you're going to go bankrupt. But if you keep serving the people, if you keep giving the people what they want, they're going to keep giving you what you want. So essentially, in order for you to live the lifestyle that you want, you have to give the people what they want. And what they want may not be necessarily what you too much care about. This is why they say business is dirty and grimy, because it's a lot of people doing things that they probably don't really care about, but this is where the money comes in. So they can be cutthroat, because they have no emotional attachment to it. It's just simply business. That's the business mentality. That's how people move in business. They really don't necessarily care like that. That's just the nature of business. Like, yo, we don't have emotional attachments like that. So we can just be cutthroat and straight. That's so when you understand that ideology, and when you understand the thinking, like, yo, this is not for, as they say, the weak, which is basically those who can't have control over their emotions. It's not for those types of people. But this is the business world. This is, you could say, life. It's not orientated on the emotionalism or the individual. It's based on the needs of the people. So when you always keep your energy with the needs of the people, then the people will do right by you. Not because you're a good person. Again, we see this happening all the time. It's not that these people that become famous and have all these numbers, it's not that they're the best people on the planet. They're not. They just cater to the needs of the people. That's it. And because they give the people what they want, the people give them what they want. But again, it's not because these people can be completely angelic or completely demonic. It really, we have people from all worlds. You've seen completely demonic people rise to the top, completely angelic, and somewhere in between, and everything you can think of. But again, it wasn't because it was some type of it wasn't their personality. It was what they were doing for the people. They were fulfilling a need for the people. Then the people fulfilled their needs. That's how it works. It's like, do you think the people of Walmart care about their products? Do you care? Do you think they care whether they sell this product or that product? You think they're emotionally invested, like a person would believe if they had a home-based business where they're putting their heart and soul into all their products? They may care. But when we're talking about big business, when you're talking about business at scale, do you think they care about individual products? Not because they're like, yo, we selling them 100 at a time, 1,000 at a time. They just are concerned is it moving off the shelves? Because if it's moving off the shelves, they're gonna keep placing those orders. I mean, if the people keep wanting it, we're gonna keep delivering it. And when the people stop wanting it, we're gonna stop selling it. It's just that simple. That's the whole business model. When the people stop buying it, we're gonna stop selling it. And we're gonna sell them, we're gonna figure out what they want. And when we figure out what they want, we're gonna keep giving them what they want. We don't decide what the people want. The people decide what the people want. So if you're able to position yourself to serve the needs of the people, you're going to be very successful. And again, it may not be something you give a fuck about. But if you position yourself correctly on the board, in the game, then you can reap the benefits. This is just dark psychology 101. This is how most people play the game of life. Let's just be honest with ourselves. This is how most people don't give a fuck what they're doing or why they're doing it. It's about position and power. I'm navigating this position for a certain reason. There's no emotionalism. But we get caught up into that, like with sports, right? Because when we see like people who play sports, we see how they're emotionally into the game, the players, and that's what get the people riled up because that's what the people love to see. But again, the players are the players, then the owners are the owners. Do you see the owners getting all in their feelings? Now, some of them do be getting in their feelings, but most of them don't. Most of them don't get in their feelings whether they win or lose because money is being made regardless. You just make more money when you win. That's how a business is looking at it. We just make more money when we win games. So when we win games, those are good days. But even if we lose games, we still make money, just not as much. That's just business 101. You're not caring why people came. They came because the game was on. All right, what game is on? I'm gonna play the game. Do you care about the game as an owner? Probably not. You just know the people care about it, so you're gonna give the people what they want. Not because you care about it, but that's fulfilling the needs of the people. And it's a lot harder to do that when you're an artist. You know, because artists are so intimate with their art, you know, that they become very stubborn and changing. You know, we know how artists are. They're very stubborn with their art. It's very hard to get them to change, you know, once they make their mind up with things. I know it because I've been the same way. That's why it took me a while to get acclimated to the new form of creation, which is a short form creation. Because you see, we've been on live for how long? As y'all see, I'm used to the long term creation. That's what YouTube been about until they created shorts, right? Now you have shorts. Now I can just neglect it. I'm like, okay, well, that doesn't matter. I can just stay doing the things regular. But I'm like, all right, well, if I want to get new eyes on my content, I'm going to have to create shorts. I'm going to have to reduce these clips into 60-second clips or however long, 90 seconds. And that's for all the platforms. All the platforms have these shorts. The TikTok, the Instagram, the Facebooks. So I know from personal experience, I'm like, all right, well, just because things start out a certain way, just because I'm comfortable making these types of videos, doesn't mean that that's what the people want. Because we see the direction that the people are going. And so I can be stubborn and keep doing things a certain way, or I can come to my senses and like, okay, well, people need 1 minute. They don't need 5 hours. The people that appreciate the 5 hours are the people that appreciate it. But for the vast majority of the viewers on YouTube, they need that 1 minute. The vast majority is not going to look at that 5 hours, which is just the honest truth. I'm like, oh, that's just no emotion, no feelings. That's just the actual truth, right? So either I could adapt or just keep doing things a certain way, right? So I'm just letting y'all know that I'm aware of all these things. It's just a matter of like, all right, I just gotta go ahead and get it done. I'll be getting too absorbed in other things, but as you see, I done got my mind in order. So I reappeared in the flesh. So I just want to give y'all some insights into, as you see, that's why I'm talking in many dimensions. We done went from this world to this world. Just letting y'all know it's a technomancer. You think in octopus fashion. You got 8 different channels, as people call multiple sources of income. Before you can have multiple sources of income, you have to be able to think consistently in 8 different directions. Because 8 different ways of making money mean you have to give your energy in 8 different ways consistently. That takes not just effort, but planning so that everything gets done in the way it needs to get done on a daily basis. So you can't just walk into getting income from 8 different. This is what I mean by, like, a lot of people would love to have a lot of resources, but I'm like, all right, do you know what it takes to get money 8 different ways? That's not an easy task. People complain about they